35. Pues muy buenos días a todos los que estáis aquí presentes, tanto de manera presencial como los que están asistiendo a este evento de manera virtual. Lo primero es, pues como he dicho, daros la bienvenida a esta conferencia final relacionada con el proyecto Supera y que tiene el título Beyond Ticking the Box. Lo primero, bueno, pues voy a presentar a los que estamos asistiendo en esta mesa, tanto de manera presencial como de forma virtual. En primer lugar, a mi derecha tenemos a Domènec Espriu, director de la Agencia Estatal de Investigación del Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación, agencia que ha estado muy implicada en el desarrollo de este proyecto. Y también presentar a Thanasia Mungo, miembro del Gender Sector de European Commission y que, bueno, pues está en formato virtual. Y, por último, bueno, pues me presento yo misma. Soy Margarita San Andrés, vicerrectora de Investigación y Transferencia de la universidad. El proyecto Supera ha durado 4 años y en su desarrollo pues, están implicadas 4 universidades, 2 agencias de financiación de la investigación y también 2 supporting partners. Y, bueno, también tengo que decir que es un proyecto que se encuentra apoyado dentro del marco de proyectos europeos Horizonte 2020. Su principal objetivo ha sido la implementación de 6 planes de igualdad de género y esta implementación pues, ha tenido lugar en estas 4 universidades y en estos 2 grandes agentes de apoyo a la investigación. En lo que respecta a la Universidad Complutense, pues nuestra universidad ha estado implicada en el desarrollo de políticas de igualdad desde hace ya varios años, no siempre con la misma intensidad ni con el mismo ritmo e intensidad que actualmente es muchísimo más importante. Pero bueno, ya sabéis que las cuestiones importantes se tienen que ir desarrollando etapa a etapa, poco a poco, y que a veces, bueno, pues ese recorrido puede tener ciertas dificultades, pero lo importante es que estemos todos implicados, todos y todas implicadas, y que, bueno, pues que haya un entusiasmo común y que tengamos muy claro el objetivo al que se quiere llegar. Y desde luego en estos últimos años, fundamentalmente estos 4 o 5 últimos años, pues el avance considero que ha sido realmente importante. Y ha sido muy importante porque, tal y como se han organizado ciertos eventos, ciertas actuaciones y sobre todo lo que se refiere a este proyecto, pues en este proyecto se ha tratado y se ha logrado implicar a toda la comunidad universitaria. Y cuando digo a toda, es que realmente ha sido a toda la comunidad universitaria, tanto a estudiantes, a profesores, a investigadores y al personal de administración y servicios. Y eso se ha logrado pues, a través de la creación de una red de nodos que se ha ido estableciendo en cada una de las facultades de nuestra universidad. Y en cada uno de esos nodos pues, había un representante y ese representante pues, a su vez establecía una serie de trabajos con esa plantilla que forma parte de la institución. Porque estaremos todos de acuerdo que se pueden establecer normativas, se pueden establecer reglas, ideas, el papel todo lo aguanta, pero todo eso a su vez se tiene que implementar, se tiene que aplicar en los diferentes centros y para eso hace falta, bueno, pues el compromiso no solamente de la parte institucional, política, sino también el compromiso de todos aquellos que lo tienen que llevar a cabo. Y yo creo que en este sentido, pues el proyecto Supera lo ha logrado y con creces. Y aquí, bueno, pues tengo que dar las gracias a la directora, el líder del proyecto, María Bustelo, que desde la Universidad Complutense pues, ha liderado este proyecto y la verdad es que ha puesto un entusiasmo arrollador, tiene una gran capacidad de trabajo y a pesar de las dificultades por las que hemos tenido que pasar, no solamente en nuestra universidad, sino a nivel mundial con el tema del COVID-19, pues ha seguido trabajando e incluso pues, ha aprovechado ciertas oportunidades dentro de este contexto. Ya ha realizado una serie de estudios precisamente referidos a cómo el COVID-19 pues, ha afectado a la investigación y a la docencia en el sector de nuestra Universidad Complutense y enfocado bueno, pues, a cómo esta circunstancia sobrevenida pues, también ha afectado al género y a la implicación de las mujeres con respecto a los varones en estas circunstancias que hemos tenido que superar entre todos y bueno, pues que dependiendo del género, pues esa superación ha tenido enfoques distintos, ¿no? Imagino que, bueno, pues todo esto ya lo conocéis, os lo dará a conocer María. En lo que se refiere a nuestra universidad, pues como he dicho, llevamos implicados desde hace un tiempo y de hecho, bueno, pues tenemos una unidad que bajo, digamos, la gestión de la delegada del rector en temas de unidad, bueno, pues está trabajando, está implicado en estas cuestiones y bueno, pues está desarrollando el segundo plan de igualdad. Nosotros tenemos un primer plan de igualdad que fue aprobado por Consejo de Gobierno en el 2015, pero evidentemente pues ese plan de igualdad hay que mejorarlo, hay que adaptarlo a las nuevas circunstancias y luego además que cuando un plan se pone en marcha evidentemente se notan sus debilidades y se establece pues las mejoras que hay que introducir. Plan de igualdad, el segundo plan de igualdad está muy avanzado, está prácticamente finalizado y bueno, pues esperamos que se presente en el próximo Consejo de Gobierno y si no es en el próximo, después de las vacaciones de Semana Santa, sería ya el siguiente. Además de ello, bueno, pues también tenemos grupos de investigación muy activos que tienen líneas de investigación precisamente vinculadas a los estudios de género y estudios feministas. Además, bueno, pues tenemos un instituto de investigación, de investigaciones feministas y unido a ese instituto, pues tenemos un programa de doctorado en estudios de género y estudios feministas. Es decir, que bajo distintas vías, pues la Universidad Complutense ya lleva un tiempo directamente implicada en estas cuestiones relacionadas con bueno, pues los estudios de género, la igualdad, los planes de igualdad de género y bueno, pues poner a las mujeres que trabajan en nuestra universidad y que están formando parte de nuestra universidad, o sea, estudiantes, personal de administración y servicios, investigadores y profesores, pues en el lugar que les corresponde. Y bueno, pues ayudarlas para que ese lugar que les corresponde lo puedan alcanzar lo antes posible. Ya he dado las gracias a María. Quiero dar también las gracias a todo el personal UCM que se ha implicado en el desarrollo de este proyecto, a todos los participantes en el proyecto, que gracias a ellos pues, ha podido desarrollarse y llegar a los niveles que se han alcanzado. Y bueno, dar las gracias a todos los que estáis aquí presentes y bueno, pues con esto os agradezco al mismo tiempo pues, vuestra atención. Y ya cedo la palabra a Domenic.
Hello, good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank Vice Rector of the Universidad Complutense and, of course, Maria Bustelo, leading this project, for the opportunity that you are giving to me to present, to tell you the activities that we have been doing in our State Agency for Research in connection with gender equality and gender equality policies. As many of you probably know, our agency is relatively young. We were created in 2015, so not so long ago. And I have to start with some words of self-criticism, because it was not until 2018 that the first steps towards the implementation of gender equality policies were began at the agency, at the State Agency for Research. I think that was, in a sense, too late. I think the need for implementing such policies had been felt before in many respects, and in particular in the area of research and research evaluation and research funding, which is the ones that we occupy ourselves with. However, even if we started late, I think we started well. Our agency is like one of these steam locomotives that it takes a while to start moving, but when it moves, then it's very difficult to stop. And I think that this is going and proceeding well. So actually in 2018, so a strategic group was created within the agency, and early in 2019 we already had a diagnosis of first, let's say, state of the art of the situation inside the agency. And of course, first of all, we wanted to tidy up our internal situation. So we joined we made an agreement with the ministry. They had their own gender equality unit, and we signed the appropriate protocols, and we took very seriously the issue of gender equality. And this has, in recent years, this has been showing, for instance, in the equality or the path towards equality in our scientific collaborators, the committees, the evaluation committees, the ones that evaluate the research proposals that come to us, or the scientific careers of the researchers that are sent to us. So we have a total of almost 300 scientific collaborators in our agency, 2,093 to be precise, and of those, 135 are women and 158 are men. We are not 50%, but we are, I think, steadily progressing towards this 50%, and we are not that far away. However, as I'm going to tell you, a situation that you are very familiar with, which is that we have several types of collaborators, but of course if you go to the chairs of the various commissions, you know, let's say physics, chemistry, or the big areas, unfortunately, the proportion of women is not satisfactory. We have, at present, 6 such chairpersons are women and 13 are men. So as we progress toward positions of more responsibility, we see this usual pattern. We still see this usual pattern of less women being at such let's say, more relevant positions, also within the agency. So this is something that we are committed to change. Changes will not happen from one day to the other because it's not so easy in several areas. You know that very well, that the issue of gender inequality is particularly acute in several areas, especially in STEM areas. So it's sometimes difficult to find women willing to collaborate with us, but we are trying hard, and you can count on my personal commitment to work towards that better situation. If we look, for instance, our human resources calls, you know that in Spain, a very successful program, I would say, is one of the backbones for the renovation of science in Spain, and in particular, renovation of science in university and in our public research organization, is the so-called Ramon y Cajal program. This has been is a program that has been going on for more than 20 years, has been very, very successful. And I think that taking a look at the numbers or the figures that appear in the calls of this Ramon y Cajal program, one can get a fairly good picture of what's going on. So in the last years, let's say in 2019, for instance, 2019, typically we have 40% of applications coming from women versus 60% of applications coming from men. And that figure seems to be fairly constant over the years. And it's also very similar to the proportion of principal investigators in our research projects. I was talking before, informally here, if we compare the situation in Spain with that of other countries, we are not that bad. It's not an ideal situation for sure, but we are not in the worst situation at all. So this is something that we have to take into account, because it's showing that our policies, even if they are modest and they have been implemented perhaps too late, they are certainly going in the good direction. And I have to tell that actually the rate of success in all the calls that I have information here has been higher for women than for men. The difference is not very high, something like 11.5% versus 11%. But that means that there is a lot, as we all know and we are all sure, that there is a lot of talent in this 40% of women that have decided to devote to work in science and research, in spite of all the difficulties that being a woman has in such a very competitive environment. So now we have a gender equality plan for the period 2021 to 2023, and this gender equality plan is being implemented, and it is now also appearing very explicitly and very clearly in our yearly action plan, which tells us the actions that we have to take every year, and it focuses on 3 different lines of activity. So first, make sure that the resource distribution, there are no biases there, that the evaluation and the follow-up of the various projects that we found take into account the criteria of gender equality to avoid gender bias and so on and so forth. And very, very importantly, and perhaps the most important point is focusing on the research careers. The research careers have to take, the evaluation of the research careers have to take into account circumstances, personal circumstances, gender circumstances, paternity, maternity, etc., etc., etc. This is now strictly adhered to, something that is taken absolutely into account. And in recent years, there has been a move towards sidestepping somehow the quantitative criteria, or purely bibliometric criteria to evaluate researchers. So we have subscribed, we adhere to the DOLA agreement that calls for a more personalized, a more qualitative assessment of research. And I think that this also goes absolutely in the direction of gender equality. We are still in the first steps of implementing this DOLA agreement. It's not easy because there are many habits, there are many routines that are sort of hardwired in the research assessment. But we'll get there, and as I said, this will have a very positive impact in the line of gender equality policies. So this year, 2022, and with that I'm going to conclude. We want to advance, as I said, in a more equilibrated and parity-oriented composition of our collaborators in all the committees that proceed to the selection and evaluation. We will continue. We are producing material for our evaluators to take into account gender equality policies, and not only inside our evaluators, we also want to provide and educate, in a sense, our whole research community about how to prepare research proposals that take into account the gender perspective. This comes as a new thing to many. To many other people, they are well aware of the issues involving in gender equality, policies. But nevertheless, we want to make sure that as much as possible these ideas are applied not only inside the agency, the funding agency, but using our duty to evaluate the research proposals to make sure that these policies permeate in the whole research community. As I said, this change will not happen one day overnight, okay? This is something that you have to keep working continuously, insisting, and I think that we are certainly moving in the good direction. As I said, the same example in the beginning, where we are this big steam locomotive, takes a while to move. When it moves, it gets there. So with that, I'm going to conclude. Again, I would like to thank to Maria and all the whole collaboration. I think you have been doing a great work. I think it's a work that we need. It's a work that we need. Even if sometimes we already somehow know what we should be doing, it's good that somebody reminds you that, yes, we should be doing it. So thank you very much, and I wish you have a very fruitful and a great closing date for this project. And thanks to also to the hospitality of the Universidad Complutense. I'd like to give my regards to your rector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your lecture. And now is the turn on Athanasia Mongo. She's online.
I have a message that that I cannot screen share. This is what we discussed earlier. But in the meantime, I just wanted to say that it's great also to hear your commitment towards gender equality and to be here at the final conference of SUPERA. SUPERA is also one of our success stories, success projects, if I may say, and you have done a lot of great work. And it's also the great time a good time to celebrate all the achievements that you have accomplished. And it's also really nice to see that you have also foreseen a physical meeting. So this still seems to us a bit nice and as we used to be before. Okay, this is great. Thank you very much. Perfect. I'm here to replace actually my colleague, Nina Stareva, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. But I would just like to give you a brief overview of our policies on gender equality in research and innovation. And first of all, I would like to start by saying that our common policy framework is the European research area, and since 2012 already, gender equality and gender mainstreaming have been one of the ERA policy priorities with 3 underpinning objectives. Those are to achieve gender equality in scientific careers at all levels, having gender balance in decision-making bodies and positions, and integrating the gender dimension into research and innovation content. So in order to achieve all these objectives, we have one common approach, that is having institutional change in research organizations to fix the problem, the system. And all the positive impact and all the knowledge that was also produced by projects and our stakeholders, like projects like SUPERA, have also led, as you all know, to the introduction of gender equality plans as an eligibility criterion for Horizon Europe funding. At the same time, at the ERA communication of 2020, It was also highlighted that we also need to address inclusiveness. That means here inclusiveness has three angles. First, we need to also look beyond gender to look at intersecting social categories such as ethnicity, sexual orientation, and disability, to involve the private and the innovation sector, and to also ensure geographical inclusiveness, to make sure that all of the European member states are on board for this institutional change. So now if we can go to the next slide, please. Recently, this ambitious approach that we have has also been supported by member states that are actually the key players facilitating institutional change. For instance, already back at the end of November last year, there was an ambitious package that was adopted in the Competitiveness Council that include, first of all, a pact for research and innovation in Europe. And in this pact, gender equality and inclusiveness was established as, was highlighted. It was already established as a principle and the core value of the European research area. We also had the ERA policy agenda that included 20 voluntary actions to be implemented by European member states and the Commission. And we have specifically an action to promote gender equality and foster inclusiveness, taking note of the Ljubljana Declaration. The Ljubljana Declaration in particular highlighted a strengthened commitment towards gender equality and also stressed out the fact that we need to also look at intersectionality, go beyond to look at inclusiveness to ensure gender equal careers for our researchers. And if we go to the next slide, you can see here related to this action that I just mentioned on promoting gender equality and in fostering inclusiveness, we have 4 outcome deliverables that essentially represent our priorities. First of all, we have, for instance, the development of a policy coordination mechanism, as well as a dedicated European network on their implementation. We also need to look at having a strategy on gender-based violence and sexual harassment, and also to, in cooperation with the national research funding organizations, having principles for the integration and the evaluation of the gender perspective in research and innovation content. If we go to the next slide, we can. I will talk a bit about, very briefly, about the provisions regarding gender equality in Horizon Europe. Gender equality is a strengthened cross-cutting priority in the framework program. We have 3 levels, commitment at 3 different levels. First of all, as you all know, we have gender equality plans that have become an eligibility criterion for public bodies, research organizations, and higher education institutions. I'm sorry, I also hear my voice. I will just remove the headphones and we'll continue. So gender equality plans are an eligibility criterion for public bodies, research organizations, and higher education institutions that are in any European member state or associated country. We have also integrated the gender dimension into research and innovation content. This is actually a requirement by default, unless it is very well specified that that is not relevant. Yes, exactly. I can also see the chat. We can hear both. We can hear both. It's not possible to mute the Supera office. Okay, I will try to go through this again. Apologies also if it was a bit confusing because I was talking at the same time. So just to say again that gender equality is a strengthened cross-cutting priority in Horizon Europe. We have gender equality plans that are now an eligibility criterion for public bodies, research organizations, and higher education institutions in any European member state and associated countries. And the integration of the gender dimension into research. And finally, gender balance in research teams is one of the ranking criteria for proposals that have received the same score. And for the first time, we also researchers can actually declare their gender using a third category. They have the option of non-binary, which is also one step further towards opening up a bit and going beyond women and men. If we go to the next slide, please. That's great, thank you. We support, in order to show how we also support gender equality plans in practice. First of all, we have the Gender Equality in Academia and Research tool, the GEAR tool, that's currently being updated. You will see this update. And we have also mobilized a pilot European knowledge and support facility on institutional change through gender equality plans. We have also published guidance specifically on GEPs that includes concrete examples on the recommended areas to be covered by GEPs and also the key building blocks. And we also have some good examples by SUPERA in this guide. Organizations to countries with the organizations that do not currently have a lot of gender equality plans into place. And actually, Romanian universities, and there are more that will follow. And we're also working towards having a network of national GEP contact points across European member states and associated countries. And finally, there are many activities and useful material by our Horizon 2020 gender projects, including SUPERA. And as I said also before, SUPERA is one of our success stories. We're fully aware also of everything that you have done, your communication activities, and just congratulations. It's you have. If we can. Thank you. Also at the DGRTD, at DG Research and Innovation, we're also working, we're having some studies in order to progress on our gender equality policies. Just to give you an example, a study on inclusive and intersectional gender equality policies. We're also looking at the impact of COVID-19 on researchers, because it might seem a bit behind us. We believe that it's also here. And we're also having a study on the impact of European and national policies, especially for gender equality plans. If we can go to the next slide, please. I would like to highlight here some of our actions that are found research area work program for 2021 and 2022. We have, from last year, we have two proposals that are currently into their grant agreement preparation phase. First of all, we have a Center of Excellence on Inclusive Gender Equality in R&I. We will act as a think tank and provide recommendations. And there is also a policy coordination scheme to advance the implementation of gender equality and inclusiveness objectives. For this year, There are 2 calls that are currently open. First of all, we have a living lab for gender responsive innovation. And we also have a call in order to support the implementation of inclusive gender equality plans. Both of these topics are actually open until 20th of April. So it's also good to keep in mind, and have also added the links there so you can have a look into detail. Some other actions that are also in the work program is European Gender Equality Competence Facility and the European Award for the first time for Gender Equality Champions. And there will be more details about this in the upcoming weeks and months. If we can go to the next slide, please. Finally, I would like to close a bit with some data from our flagship publication, Figures. As we already mentioned, we can see that there is progress being made. We can see that there's almost gender parity at doctoral graduate level. However, when we look at different fields of study, we can see that the women are still underrepresented. For instance, if we look at information and communication technologies or in fields like engineering. And then as we also go higher into the academic ladder, we can see that women still make up 1/4 of academics that hold full professorship positions. So, as you said, this has to change. It requires a lot of effort, and change will not happen from one day to the other. But this is what we're working on. And if we go to the next slide, please. For this edition, I would just like to highlight that we had included some policy briefs also in our figures. These are themes that are of interest to the scientific community and to policymakers. And if you would like to have a look at those. And we also publish some country theses where you can see also how your country is performing in terms of gender equality. And to wrap up, if you can go to the next slide, please. For more updates, you can also visit our Gender Equality in Research and Innovation policy webpage. This is also where we add all of the latest news and also information about future trainings. And you can also find all of our publications and policies. And if we can go to the final slide, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and to also congratulate you on all the work that you have done. As I said earlier, SUPERA is one of our success stories projects, and today is also a day to celebrate on your achievements, and yes, discuss also what can be done further. Thank you very much, and I wish you very nice discussions.
Thank you very much for your lecture. Bueno, podríamos resumir todas las intervenciones que hemos tenido en esta apertura diciendo que, bueno, pues estamos en camino, estamos en marcha, que la situación de partida es complicada porque, bueno, partimos de una situación anterior donde, partiendo de la base que el mundo de la investigación y de la profesión académica es complicada para todos, absolutamente para todos. Es un trabajo duro, de largo recorrido y, claro, en el caso de las mujeres, pues tenemos otros recorridos también en paralelo y esto pues nos ha dificultado nuestra presencia, digamos, al nivel que nos debería corresponder en determinados ámbitos, tanto a nivel de decisiones políticas, tanto a nivel de cargos de dirección, tanto a nivel de formación de las comisiones que tienen que tomar determinado tipo de decisiones y luego también, bueno, pues dentro de lo que es en sí los diferentes puestos de investigación y también de docencia. Pero una vez que se ha hecho este primer estudio por parte de los diferentes protagonistas, tanto a nivel de centros de investigación, como es el caso de las universidades, como a nivel de las agencias de financiación de la investigación, tanto agencias nacionales como los programas europeos, pues viendo la circunstancia en la que estamos, pues ya se han empezado a tomar medidas que se están implementando y que entre todos pues lograremos que la situación cambie. Entiendo que no es que vaya a ser difícil, pero tampoco va a ser fácil ni se va a llevar al ritmo que todos nos gustaría, que todos desearíamos. Pero si todos los actores responsables a su vez son conscientes y están implicados, pues yo creo que el éxito está asegurado, porque el entusiasmo por parte de todos pues es importante, y sobre todo la concienciación de que esto tiene que cambiar es muy importante y bueno, pues digamos que es la parte fundamental para que efectivamente se produzca el cambio lo antes posible. No sé si alguno de los presentes quiere preguntar. ¿Is there any question? Pues si os parece podemos terminar, hacemos un pequeño break, receso y ya después se continúa. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, pues bien.
Okay. Now, can you try?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. El tuyo está apagado, María, ¿eh? Sí. Solo voy a encender. The PPT, it's okay.
Sorry.
With the mouse.
It's absolutely fine. Thank you. And Maria, I can take my mask for speech. Yeah.
Ay, pero estás compartiendo pantalla.
For the people online that they know that it's 10:30.
Yeah.
Maybe we can. Esperamos hasta las 10:30 porque habrá gente online. Yeah, that's what I can say. Yeah. Yeah. No, es que hay que
we are waiting a little bit for keeping the time for the people online. So as we were set to start at 10:30, we are just keeping the time. Okay. En español estamos esperando, de acuerdo, a que sean las 10:30 porque la gente online tiene un horario conocido. Gracias. Okay. Okay, so we are going to start our session. First, I would like to start this presentation by thanking the UCM Vice Rector Margarita San Andres and Domènec Espriu, Director of the Spanish National Research Agency, for the institutional support to SUPERA and its final event. Thank you also to the gender sector in the DG Research and Innovation in the European Commission. Thank you to Atanasia Gongu, and of course we wish speed recovery to Mina Stareva, that had a health issue and could not be with us as what's planned. The gender sector is doing, as you can see, a great work in the continued support to gender structural change projects as SUPERA. Dear friends and colleagues, dear all, welcome to this SUPERA final event Beyond Ticking the Box, Sustainable, Innovative and Inclusive Gender Equality Plans. Welcome to all the ones that are here in presence, and also hello and welcome to all the people online. We have almost 200 people registered, with the people here almost 250 people registered. And of course also hello if someone is also following us through the streaming as through the UCM Directo, okay? I would just to say that here we will have the opportunity for the people in the here to have some questions and comments. But for the people online, please use the chat. We are doing that. We are working on receiving your comments, questions, and we will do that throughout the day. So, of course, I welcome you on behalf of the SUPERA Consortium. I'm Maria Bustelo, the coordinator from the Complutense University, but of course we have this wonderful consortium that we have been working together. We have, as the Vice Rector said, 4 universities, and of course I would like to welcome you on behalf of them. So Central European University, thank you Andrea Christian and Ana Belén Amil for being here. We have the University of Cagliari with a wonderful representation in the SUPERA team. We have 2 delegates of the rector and some vice rectors and people. So Luigi, Raffo and all the team, hello and thank you for being here. We have CES University of Coimbra, Mónica López, and thank you so much, Claudia Cavados, Vice Rector of Research from the University of Coimbra, who is also with us. And we have also 2 research funding organizations. We have the RAS, the Autonomous Region of Cerdeña. Massimo Carboni, thank you for being here, and as part of the consortium too, we have the Spanish National Research Agency through the Ministry of Research and Innovation, and thank you Zulema Altamariano for being here, and Lydia González for on behalf of FECIT, the Foundation FECIT. So, and of course, we have also 2 wonderful supporting partners, Yellow Window, and thank you, Lut Mergaert and Alain Denis, for supporting us with training and methodology and innovation, and Sciences Po and Maxime Forest, our evaluator partner. So welcome, and of course thank you also to our international advisory board, and Jörg Müller is here and the others are online, finally online. And of course, to our friends and colleagues from other sister projects and institutions who have accepted our invitation to share with us today their inspiring practices and knowledge. So to all of you, hello and welcome. SUPERA is finally coming to an end after 4 years of being working together. What 4 years? We can say that it has been a long and winding road. There have been important institutional and political changes in all of our 6 implementing partners. And the pandemic caught us when we were reaching the midst of the project and were just finishing the takeoff and reaching the cruising period. And then we started with the pandemic. All these circumstances made us be constantly adapting our interventions and change processes, and also made us highly resilient. But it has also been a fabulous adventure, full of efforts, achievements, successes, and inspiring practices of which we are proud. We will present a selection of them today, and several more will be presented in our 2 last public deliverables, guidelines and best practices for research performing organizations and for research funding organizations, which will be ready at the end of the project this coming month of May. SUPERA was designed and has been developed under 4 principles: cumulativeness, innovation, inclusiveness, and sustainability. The first principle we wanted to observe from the design and inception of the project was cumulativeness. This idea was about taking advantage of what was already there, not trying to reinvent the wheel. So SUPERA was drawn upon tools and instruments already experimented and evaluated by other experiences and structural change projects. The second one, innovation, made us develop innovative implementation structures using transformation design techniques, which were thought for designing, prototyping, and testing affordable and innovative policy solutions to gender bias and imbalances identified through gender audits and diagnosis. The third one, inclusiveness, means that we think that the only way for reaching a real structural change is through the involvement of the research and university communities. That is why in SUPERA we have emphasized the importance of using participatory techniques and active involvement, and this really, as this really increases the support, their support to change processes and helps to reduce resistances. The last one, sustainability, shows our commitment from the beginning of the project to design, implement, and evaluate interventions whose results have chances to endure over time, producing gender structural change in our institutions. For securing this sustainable institutional change, we have done efforts towards project top management endorsement, visibility of actions, and the promotion of long-term involvement promotion. This last principle of sustainability is the one we propose as leitmotif of this closing event. We propose you to have an exchange today about lessons learned, promising practices, and common challenges for the sustainability of gender equality actions and policies. And as a very inspiring start, I would like to present Marcela Linkova, who will talk about temporalities of change, gender equality plans, eligibility criteria, and beyond. Thank you very much, Marcela, for accepting our invitation to give a keynote, which I am sure will inspire and motivate us in this final event journey. Marcela Linkova holds a doctorate in sociology from Charles University in Prague and is a researcher at the Institute of Sociology of the Czech Academy of Science, where she leads the Center for Gender and Science. Her research focuses on sociology of gendered organizations, research careers, governance of research, and research assessment from a gender perspective. Marcela also examines the material discursive practices through which gender equality policies and initiatives are adopted and implemented at the European and Czech country levels. Between 2017 and 2021, she was the chair of the ERAC Standing Working Group on Gender in Research and Innovation. She is very active, I can tell you, she's very active in developing policy solutions for gender equality in research and has been involved in several European Union funded projects. Most recently, she was the coordinator of the Horizon 2020 Gender Action Project, and she currently participates in Gender Smart, Casper, UNICEF, and Resistiré. She has served as expert on advisory boards of the European Commission and in the Czech Republic, and is an alumna of the International Visitor Leadership Program, Women in STEM. Her work has appeared in European Journal of Women's Studies, Gender and Research, and Science and Public Policy, among others. Marcela, thank you very much again for being here. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Maria, for this really kind invitation and introduction. And I really want to thank SUPERA for inviting me to be here today with you and share some of my thoughts. It's, in fact, my first trip abroad, my first work-related trip abroad since March 2020. So I think it's pretty clear it will hold a very special place in my heart. I really want to congratulate SUPERA on the work achieved, because from what I'm hearing from the colleagues, you have things to be proud of. So I'm really looking forward to the exchanges this afternoon and learn from what you have achieved together. We are meeting today in unprecedented times when war is raging in Ukraine and Putin's regime is killing civilians, displacing millions. The invasion has special resonance. Yeah, thanks. Okay, thank you very much. The invasion has special resonance in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. And it is perhaps the first time since our accession to the EU in 2004 that I see our politicians playing an active role, taking the lead, and strong stances. It is a time when we see the power of EU solidarity and support, and also the time when European values and the need to protect them have come to the fore as critical aspects of what binds us together. Gender equality and diversity are clearly one of those values, but also those that member states have clashed across about. And it would be foolish to think that these differences will disappear just because we can now align ourselves in our fight against autocratic Putin. Nevertheless, we are at a special time for gender equality, and it has taken us a very long time to be where we are today. Several member states and the Commission have now a requirement for higher education institutions and research organizations to have gender equality plans in place. This has put to practice what gender equality scholars, practitioners, and activists have been calling for a very long time: to make the money talk. So we are now seeing the first results of what this may mean, but also the continued challenges and risks of this. And this is what I want to address with you today: the different temporalities of change, their implications for the opportunities, challenges, and needs that we have ahead for advancing institutional changes. Can I make this work? Yes, okay. So I will state the obvious. Intersectional gender equality is a core European value. This needs to be repeated because it is not a lived value, and yet the gender fatigue tends to seep in. And we often see a tendency among people in power, often men, to invoke diversity as a form of policy of inactivity. that will exempt them from focusing on gender inequalities. This is compounded by the additional challenge of making intersections with other axes of inequality to matter. We all know that we have to move beyond gender equality alone. We also know that we have to move beyond the additive model of inequality grounds, that intersectionality is important as it helps to reveal the multi-layered nature of oppression, and that our work in higher education and research must do better to start developing actions to achieve substantive equality. The challenge is, of course, how to do this concretely. How to do this first, so that gender equality issues are not derailed, as it is often the case when diversity steps in. Second, how to do this in contexts when just mentioning gender equality is difficult and the attacks on gender ideology and genderism reign high. And lastly, how to do this in recognition of the differences that exist across our countries, including economic differences and effects of the capitalist transition after 1989. The first point is related to the neoliberal capitalist cooptation of diversity. When divested of considerations of power, diversity can become a toothless exercise of parading token marginalized identities to placate the demands for equality. This is, of course, highly relevant should the GEP requirement be extended to the private sector, but not only. The second point is related to the need of protecting academic freedoms and challenging illiberal epistemic regimes. Part of our work at hand is in making use of the recommended area of gender in the content of research, innovation, and teaching for showcasing the benefits of gender and feminist scholarship. The third is related to the centers and peripheries, to borrow from Marina Blagojevich-Husen. We need to admit that some of the problems that arise for monitoring gender equality in research and innovation, which I will address in a little bit, stem from this last point. We have major economic disparities across our countries that play out in our research systems, and these have bearings on careers, mobility, and attrition from research. But it also has a bearing on feminist and gender scholarship, and also on our collective efforts in EU projects. And yet we rarely address this in our gender equality practice. Just one simple look at the person-month rates in our projects is a testimony to this. What effect may this have on how we collaborate? And what does solidarity mean in this context? What does success and how to measure institutional success mean in these circumstances? So this may not be how the Commission has conceptualized the triad of inclusiveness defined as intersectorial, intersectional, and geographic inclusiveness, but this is how I would propose to approach this concern with the issue of power at the center. For the past 2 years, we have lived in a time of near-permanent crisis, wondering about the new normal we are transitioning to. Multiple studies are underway on the impact of COVID-19 on the various forms of social inequalities, including resistire, and the impact is huge, and we know it is gendered. And just when we started getting our hopes up, Putin's armed forces invaded Ukraine and triggered a humanitarian crisis with millions of refugees who are predominantly women and children seeking shelter in the EU. Both these crises are an important opportunity to understand how solidarity and support coalesce into strong action, but how also they may dissipate. It is my hope that we will soon have gender-informed scholarship coming to elucidate the dynamics of these processes. And it is clear that in terms of the research profession, these two crises will need to continue to be at the forefront of national as well as institutional policy development. In fact, it might be worth considering whether the GEP requirement should not explicitly be required to include the impact of COVID-19 in the design of the actions as institutional procedures for research assessments, for example, need to integrate the consequences of homeschooling and lockdowns on research performance. It is also clear that the mental and emotional strain right now is huge. This is compounding these huge stress levels that researchers, particularly in the early career stages, experience. Mental health, then, is another issue that we must integrate better in the HR and GEP activities. But it is, of course, intimately linked with the neoliberal remake of academia and the churn of postdocs. And in some countries, like the Czech Republic, we continue to see take it or leave it approach to young researchers. If you don't like it, well, you can go. Clearly, these factors make gender equality work at times like these even more difficult. It is therefore important to keep in mind that non-action and non-responsiveness may not have its source in the fact that people are opposed to gender equality, but because they just don't have the energy. This will probably ring true for many of you change agents and gender equality officers developing and implementing gender equality plans over the past 2 years. People are tired, but not necessarily tired of gender equality. And yet, we find ourselves at an incredibly opportune time for gender equality. In fact, I cannot recall a time when I was feeling this hopeful since the time I started working on the issue in 2001. The policy documents are strong on the Commission as well as Council side. We are seeing significant developments at the national level of several member states. The political support appears to be there too, and strong, judging by the fact that the Ljubljana Declaration, presented last year by the Slovenian presidency, was endorsed by 37 parties, including 25 member states, with the exception of Hungary and Latvia. I would really recommend reading the Ljubljana Declaration because I think it is an important statement of where we can move forward in the European research area. Of course, another test of this will be the support for the new ERA Action 5 point, and we will see about that. This is being currently addressed in the ERA forum and should define the way forward. But as we heard from my first speaker, this will be probably promising. For Horizon Europe, Commission has introduced a new eligibility criterion, which is seen by many of us as a potential game changer. And indeed, we are seeing a surge of activity at the institutional level to ensure ability to participate in competition for Horizon Europe projects. This has come at a time when we all capitalize on the fantastic results from the EU-funded sister projects. We have new tools, such as the GEM tool for gender equality and audit developed by ACT. We have a host of trainings made available by the GE Academy, together with the Perfectcy quality standards for capacity building and training, which are a huge achievement. The ACT Project 2 has inaugurated a number of communities of practice, and I have to mention specifically the amazing job done by our Polish colleagues at Jagiellonian University running the Jane C community of practice, and for example also the 4Gen community of research funding organizations managed by Science Foundation Ireland. All these projects are generating new knowledge about change processes, the negotiations necessary, and the factors that can derail the process, such as when the leadership changes. And I'm also extremely happy to report that we are in final stages of negotiating a new Horizon Europe project, Gender Action Plus, which will follow up on the Gender Action project, but this time we're not building only a policy network to coordinate, exchange, and learn from each other, but also a community of practice for research funding organizations, which will be run by Vinova. I am committed to continue to push, both at the EU and national levels, as we did in the past 4 years. And of course, there are new topics on the policy and institutional agendas for those of us who have been working on these issues that are incredibly old, and specifically I am referring here to intersectionality, which I have already mentioned, and also gender-based violence in academic settings. But this optimism of mine is kept in check by several issues. In our work, we often argue that power rests in diversity, that the more diverse teams are, the more creative they are, the more robust the research results. And at the policy level, we hear this too, that the differences among European countries are a strength. But of course, these differences also point to risks, especially when political leadership and vision are weak. There was another time in history when my hopes were high before. It was the 6th Framework Program, which introduced the gender dimension and gender action plans for the 2 main types of actions, the integrated projects and networks of excellence. And this is what the 2009 synthesis report on monitoring progress toward gender equality in FP6 had to say. There was a general lack of understanding as to what was meant by integrating gender into the content of the research, which was often interpreted as participation only. The complementary nature of scientific excellence and the integration of the gender dimension in research were not always appreciated. The quality of the gender action plans was frequently low. Projects often assigned little value to gender action plans. They tended to be regarded as a bureaucratic requirement rather than something of importance for the project. This perception was heightened by the fact that gender action plans were not scored during evaluation. Budget lines were rarely assigned to gender action plans. There was insufficient knowledge on practical actions to integrate gender in proposals, while support to projects on completing the gender action plans was also weak. And finally, abandoning gender action plans would be seen as sending a negative message on the importance given to gender issues in the framework programs. And you know what happened, right? Gender action plans and the gender dimension in FP7 were simplified. And the reason? Because the external experts and member states did not feel comfortable. This is what the then Commissioner, Janez Potočnik, said at the 2009 Austrian Presidency Conference titled Researching Women in Science and Technology in Vienna. In preparation for today, I reread the memo that I wrote after that conference, and it is really incredible to recall the near-feminist rhetoric Potočnik used in his official speech and the linguistic equilibristics in the Q&A when he was asked why the Commission was discontinuing the requirement of gender dimension at the project proposal stage. The member states and stakeholders did not feel comfortable. The thing is, they will feel uncomfortable again, this time, because they have more on their plate. The gender dimension is a default criterion in Horizon Europe, and then there is the recommended thematic area of gender-based violence. And we are all very careful about that one, right? So we have to learn from this and prepare, because this is bound to come. We don't want this history to repeat. So it is clear that there are institutions that are taking the GEP requirement as an opportunity to start new processes, but it's also equally clear that there are also those that are considering how to sidestep, window dress, and generally comply without complying. There is a clear risk of policy churn, of policy being revised for Horizon Europe without establishing a clear link between the reasons for the failure of the existing policy and how this will be overcome by the new policy. And so we can't underestimate this, and this is why the Commission's ownership now is so important of why the planned gender equality plan checks are so crucial. So what do I see as necessary for the Commission to do in relation to the checks? Firstly, the information on these checks must be published immediately so that the institutions know that it is real. We need the details. Significant numbers of these checks must be performed to make them a matter. The checks must be robust and must be done by gender equality institutional change experts. They must be done by people who know what a gender equality plan should look like, what an impact pathway to gender equality is, what the impact drivers for successful implementation are, and people who won't be willing to play the game of window dressing. So thanks to the EU-funded sister projects, the Commission has contributed to building a community of change agents and change experts and should harness this expertise. And lastly, these checks must be made to matter. They must contain clear information about sanctions in case of non-compliance. So I will now move to addressing some of the other risks, including the ones that are related to the differences in the EU countries. One risk we have is embodied in this map. It is a map from the analysis we did in the Standing Working Group on Gender in Research and Innovation on the existence of the GEP requirement in Europe. And you can see that the older member states tend to have a GEP requirement, whereas the newer ones don't. And this creates particular opportunities, but also risks. And this will need to be tackled in the monitoring and evaluation and further evolution of the GEP requirement. The other risk is related to the headline indicator for gender equality used up until now, the proportion of women in grade A or full professors. As my colleague in Gender Action, Dr. Angela Wroblewski, shows in her analysis of the ways countries implemented their ERA national action plans, the countries that have more comprehensive policies are among strong innovators or are innovation leaders, have higher proportions of institutions with a gender equality plan, and have higher proportions of women on boards, are countries that score the worst in terms of the headline indicator. And in contrast, the countries that do not have policies, or those that have policies that Angela calls actionistic, that score the lowest on the innovation scoreboard, have comparatively very few institutions with a GEP and have marginal representation of women on boards, are those that score comparatively the highest in terms of grade A. So we have to be very careful about the indicators we use and how. And with this, I will now address some issues facing us in terms of institutional change and the unintended consequences in complex systems. So the effects of the GEP requirement are not clear-cut. Of course, it's a huge window of opportunity, especially in countries that do not have a national policy to fall back upon. It can be used as a leverage to initiate activities, and we are seeing this firsthand in our center in the Czech Republic. The energy, motivation, and support this has generated for people who have up to now worked in a complete vacuum is really great to see. On the other hand, the threat of window dressing is equally huge. There will, of course, be instances of institutions that will try to get it over with and forget about it. For the institutions that are already working on gender equality and are perhaps implementing projects to implement institutional changes, the challenges are different. And this is particularly true when institutional structures, rules, and remits are layered. In some countries, new national requirements have been adopted in recent years, such as Spain, and the national GEP requirements do not always overlap with the GEP developed in the projects, in line with the ERA objectives. And this can create tensions, and due to the extreme time constraints, puts the responsible change agents in difficult positions, because they have to negotiate whether to focus on the legal requirements or the project needs. A related concern is that of competing institutional structures. In some projects, we have seen negotiations, if not always tug of war, over responsibility and control of the agenda. This is tightly coupled with the issues of institutional visibility, prestige, and reputational issues. Related to this is the fact that the new stakeholders ushered in to the process by the national legislations may have new powers and are using these powers to leverage to achieve their particular goals. So when boundaries and responsibilities are not clearly drawn, this can add to the difficulty of promoting institutional change and in foot dragging. And here I want to refer to the Science and Technology Studies concept of the trading zone, which Lutmergert and myself used in a paper last year to analyze these very negotiations. The last challenge I want to mention is one that is the effect of projectification, which is part and parcel of the neoliberal makeover of our societies. And of course, it does not affect only gender equality agenda or higher education and research. We have a body of research now demonstrating the deleterious effects of projectification in terms of the loss of human resources, capacities, and institutional tacit knowledges. The temporality of project life is much different from the line system, and indeed this is an issue for the sister projects too. The end of a project often means the end of employment contracts, and this in turn creates agenda handover issues. When not managed properly by the institutional management, the losses are grave not only for the individuals, but also for the institutions. So the nonlinearity is a prime feature of gender equality efforts. Political support wanes and waxes at the EU level and country level, and there are misalignments in these times. This is, of course, not a technical issue only, but also deeply effective. As I was reminded 2 weeks ago on a panel with Professor Pat O'Connor at the final conference of the Casper project. Casper developed 4 feasibility scenarios for a potential gender equality certification or award in Europe, and we were discussing the potential opportunities afforded by such a prospective scene. Ireland, where Pat is for many of us a beacon of gender equality efforts. In fact, they have just launched a second review by their Higher Education Authority of gender equality. And yet, being on the inside where Pat is, the resistances, the window dressing, the food dragging are more than real. To someone like me, where it is only in the last 5 years when things started moving a bit at the national policy level in the Czech Republic, and now with the EU GEP requirement, we have a new driving force, the situation looks very different. And my emotions are very different from Pat's, including in relation to the potential certification scheme. So, as the Casper certification made clear, these differences are really stark. Where we stand, what we need, where we see promise, and what we are expecting differs in the various corners of Europe, east, south, north, and west. The same nonlinearity is manifested at the institutional level, where the temporalities are made more complex, not just the policy requirements, but also the temporalities of governance and changes in leadership, as well as the temporalities of institutional development and funding cycles. My colleague Anna Mitnerová on the Trigger project in Prague came up with the notion of a Mistletoe Strategy for gender equality actions latching on to other institutional developments like a mistletoe. It was perhaps a very fitting metaphor for how gender equality actions were made to survive at that particular institution. Britannica refers to mistletoe as a slow-growing, persistent pest, the natural death of which is determined by the death of the host. To many, gender equality actions are still a persistent pest they have to live with, but this is what must change. For gender equality actions to be sustainable, they can be regarded as a pest to be rooted out. Last fall, when I spoke at the Gender in Higher Education and Research Conference, and we were supposed to be meeting in Madrid, I invoked the importance of effect and the need to address effective issues. And today I want to return to this from a different angle. Standing firm and unafraid today takes on a new meaning, and this is what we need to do together. In the past 4 years, I was extremely privileged to chair the Standing Working Group on Gender in Research and Innovation, a network of civil servants representing the member states and associated countries. And I also had the privilege of working with some of you on the various projects and with the Commission as the sister projects were consulted on the GEP requirement development. And this leads me to say that we in Europe now have incredible communities for solidarity, support, exchange, research, mutual learning, coordination, networking, and mobilization. What I have learned over the years is how important these networks and communities are for sustenance, emotional and intellectual. So to close, I will address some of these benefits that I see in having these communities. Firstly, having a policy community allowed us to make concrete changes in the policy documents adopted, to mobilize presidencies of the Council, and to create opportunities. One outcome of this is, for example, the Ljubljana Declaration presented by the Slovenian presidency. And I can't overstate this, but if to some of you, policy seems to be really, really distant, really far away, it is also one where I have seen amazing mobilizations of the responsible civil servants. What is needed for such a policy forum to work is dedication and commitment, knowledge of the system, its processes and procedures, and I can tell you these are not easily available. The willingness to speak up, be difficult, and also sometimes make mistakes and learn from them. Secondly, because of the non-linearity, because of the waning support, the communities provide sustenance and support in times of difficulty. And then when the difficult times change, the opportunity is there for the colleagues to bounce back and join the activities. And it is also important to recognize that even if top political representations hold a contrarian position and are anti-gender, it is not that the civil servants hold the same position. We have a responsibility for creating opportunities for these encounters to counter the extremities of academic and policy unfreedom. It must be a form of our support and solidarity to find ways how to involve colleagues even when they can't act. Thirdly, cooperation, support, and mobilization of policymakers, scholars, and gender practitioners at the national level are crucial too, and we have seen the fruits of this in my own country, but also elsewhere. I would encourage all of you to engage. And once we know whether there is going to be a new gender group under the ERA Forum, reach out. And I'm sure that on their side, the policymakers will be reaching out to the communities in their national environments as well. We need this mutual support between the policymakers, the practitioners, the scholars. I have already mentioned that our new project, Gender Action Plus, will be hopefully launched 1st June. Thematically, we will be addressing intersectionality and inclusiveness, gender-based violence, the gender dimension in research, teaching, and innovation, gender equality monitoring and indicators in the new European research area, and finally, the implementation of GEPs and ways how to evaluate their impact at institutional level. It is my sincere hope that we will stand firm and unafraid, and that through our actions, we will keep gender equality on the agenda and advance it, and that with you and others working on the institutional level, we will create policies and tools to monitor and evaluate those policies that will facilitate your work at the institutional level. I really want to thank you again for this invitation. And I will close by saying that the struggle for a better, more equitable future is in the nature of social reality. It is a continuous endeavor. There was a time when I was asked what I wanted to achieve with the work of the Center for Gender and Science, my answer was to make it unnecessary. So that was the younger, naive me, right? So now the struggle is happening now, and it will continue to happen now, always. And this should not dissuade me or you. It can be hard, it can be emotionally draining at times, but it can be also emotionally sustaining and so worth it when you see a small thing change and then a big one. So let's continue cautiously optimistic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcela, for such an inspiring, on all the things that you have already put into the table. That's great. Now we have some time for questions, comments. So Paula is there with the micro. You can do your questions both in English and Spanish if you want.
And my
Yes.
headphones. I will get it there.
¿Hay preguntas online? If not,
Maybe you can introduce yourself when you talk. Thank you, Manuela.
Yeah, Emanuela Lombardo from Madrid Complutense University. Thank you so much for your talk, Marcela. I would like to touch upon one aspect, which is how can we actually enforce compliance of this institutional gender change when we know that there are challenges, there are resistances to gender equality policy implementation, and that normally it is quite difficult to introduce this mechanism for monitoring and enforcing compliance in university and research and funding organization. Thank you.
Yes, if we do not have some other, yes. Okay, sure.
So thank you very much for the question, and it goes to those crux of it, right? The main issue. There are several aspects to this. I think that, of course, always being on the watch out for the windows of opportunity at the institutional level, that's clear. But I think that we really need to stress the issue of working together, involving the people, and being participatory. And of course, I would say that this is the main challenge, persuading the people to engage in participatory techniques, because very often we don't have time. People in academia are not always used to this. Top management is not often used to deliberative procedures. They just make decisions. So the challenge is to get them to the table for the participatory approaches. But once that happens, I think that doors open. Because it's really, I think, not always that people are really against gender equality, but they don't have information, they don't know what the thing is about. They may be persuaded by examples, and things can be made to matter. Internationalization and other things that are important for the institution. So from my perspective, I think that what we're seeing is where the participatory approach is successful, then the chances of getting things done are so much bigger. And so I would really advocate for this, and I think that GE Academy has done fantastic work, and Yellow Window developing these techniques. And I think that this is something that we really need to learn and incorporate as much as possible to the work that we're doing, because and I can admit this, there was a time when I thought that I would righteously march in, say, this is the right thing to do, like how can you not understand gender equality, and then be really surprised that they are not listening. So I really think that there is a way to be humble, to listen to the concerns of the multiple parties at the institutional level, because people have different stakes than I have with gender equality, and then we need to see how to make those align. But so for me, the participatory approaches that are being developed in the sister projects, that's really important.
tenemos también preguntas online de la parte webinar de la conferencia. I will ask in English, don't worry. Don't have to put your headphones, just to introduce. So the two questions we have, one is a bit in line with Emanuela's one, about what can be done further. You asked about enforcement of those gender equality plan, and someone through the webinar function asked about what can be done more on the top of what has been done already to further improve the quality of the gender equality plans adopted under the remaining years of Horizon Europe, but also under the next framework program. And another question is more specific. I think it was about the contribution of one of your Czech colleagues, I think. You talk about Mistletoe, right? About parasitic thing, yeah. And someone would like to have the name of your colleague again so that she can find more about it. Thank you.
Okay. So the name of my colleague is Anna Mitnerová, and she's from the, well, I think it can be easily found when I mentioned Trigger, so she's from the Technical University in Prague. So the first one, what we can do more, what I would say is that we should now concentrate on analyzing what is happening with the instrument that we have now. I would not immediately go to changing it. I mean, I think that what the Commission has proposed and what is being developed in many countries, is a really solid ground. It's not that we need to add so much more. The issue is really what actions get there and how it is implemented. And so where I really see really serious need is to start working on ways to analyze the impact at the institutional level. The policymakers will want this. I know, for example, in Ireland, this is now a concern. They want to know if what they have imposed on their higher education works and what impact it will bring. Will there be more women among professors? Will women contribute more to the decision-making and governance processes? So these are really, will knowledge be better? Will we integrate gender better? So this is really, I think, the most important thing. I mean, at the institutional level, I think it would be great if we continued to do research using the various theoretical approaches that we have, STS or feminist institutionalism, whatever, to analyze what happens when you embark on this route. But then the other bit will be to see the impact and develop ways to measure the impact. And I mean, in Casper, Marina Kakache, Lut Mergert, and myself were looking into the impact drivers and how those could be operationalized. So this is one way, but there are other ways. And so I think that this is the more important thing, that we have to support the policymakers with developing robust methods to measure the impact.
Okay. ¿Hay más preguntas? Bueno, so I'm going to do a question myself. Oh, okay. Okay. You okay? Yes, sure. No, it's not working.
Okay. Because of this issue of the monitoring, because I'm a bit ignorant of the last measures introduced by the European Union in the research in the last plan, and I was wondering if there is any requirement for the institutions not only to adopt the gender equality plans but also to monitor the progress, because that would make it much easier, of course.
Well, that's the thing. It's there on paper. Data collection and monitoring. It's one of the obligatory building blocks. So I mean, this is the thing that we will also I mean, maybe the Commission can put, we will see what is in the work program for the other periods in Horizon Europe, but I think that it would be really great to have a comparative research study into, from a national perspective and take several case studies at the national level and look how they have grappled with the mandatory building blocks. I mean, we are trying to do this. My colleagues at the center who are responsible for cooperation with the research organizations and policymakers at the national level, we are trying to see how we could start monitoring this with the institutions, whether they could report to us what they are doing, not just having the GEPs, but also more detail. I think this would be really an important study to understand how the institutions grappled with this and qualitative research into this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's always funny because it's the same function leads to different effect with a mic, always. Otra pregunta desde Argentina, Gloria Bonder, asking about, you mentioned manifestations of impact, and she would like you to be more specific about it. What were you thinking of in terms of manifestations of impact?
That's
if you can.
Do you understand? So, Maxime, can you manifestations of impact on what? Sorry.
Well, I think you mentioned indeed how impact can unfold and can express itself. What did you mean by that? To be monitored.
Well, because what we often have for monitoring is more on the outcomes side. How many things are, trainings are done, etc. But impact is really, how the change happens. So if you define at the institution level that you want to achieve such and such thing, I don't know, change your research culture to be in line with certain priorities, or change the proportion of women in the leadership positions, then, to measure this is different than to measure how many trainings, for example, for leadership skills or gender sensitivity leadership you perform. So it's really, more on the long-term impact, achieving the institutional change that you have set out at the beginning, that are the underlying objectives of the gender equality plan.
Okay, so we are almost.
There is just one last question that was dropped in the chat. I will read it in Spanish. So, Marcela, if you want to worry. Una pregunta de Regina Ascencio. Ella creo que estos cambios positivos en avances en igualdad de género se han dado. Y pregunta, ¿estos avances positivos se correlacionan con situaciones sindicales donde los profesores tienen mejores condiciones laborales o están altamente precarizados, a diferencia de países donde las dinámicas de participación no son realistas por las cargas, fragmentación de las dinámicas a las que nos vemos sometidos? Pregunta desde América Latina, específicamente.
Could you help me with the question? I
Yeah.
understand it.
It was a question about if the impact is better, not the impact, but the quality actions are better where professors and researchers are not precarious. Mm-hmm. They have better. She was talking also about unionized, and so they are unionized, so they are not precarious. And
Well, yeah, the issue of precarity of the research profession, that's great, and I can't even say that I'm aware of a country that would not have precarious working conditions in research and high degrees of certainty, job certainty. To the extent that we think about the change process as being developed in a participatory manner, then I think it's really important to speak to the different segments of the institution, including the early career researchers. And it's absolutely true, and we're seeing it, in my center in the Czech Republic, the mobilization and willingness for people to speak up against whatever conditions, not just, sexual harassment, but also just mobbing or unequal pay and just bad working conditions in general. If you're on, 2-year contracts and really dependent on your superiors, you won't speak up. This is something that we need to recognize. So I think it's really a matter of persuading the management and the leaders and people in positions of power to start thinking differently about what we want from research and researchers. And this is, of course, perhaps one of the toughest things. For my PhD, I had the changes in the governance of the Czech research system. And of course, what we have seen with the shift of, what I analyzed as a shift from dynastic to dynamic research organization, we see the increases in short-termism and precarity. And because we are generating so many PhDs, including so many women PhD students, the churn of the postdocs can go ad infinitum, and we just then, we use them up like batteries and spit them out, and no one cares. And we are seeing this in some of the systems. Not all systems of higher education and research in Europe have proper human resources management in place, career planning, etc., to take care of the people entering the system. And this is one of our issues. And of course, this is also gendered. Can we move away from this short-termism? Can we move away from the systems of research assessment that we have today? This is one of the primary issues for the research, higher education, and research area. And the discussion about the research assessment system is starting now. The Commission has launched a new initiative that has been endorsed and joined by multiple important institutions in Europe. This is a long-standing issue, how to move away from really idiotic systems of research assessment to something that will do justice to how actually research is done collaboratively, that there's a lot of housekeeping work that is not visible, etc. So we really need to insist now with this exercise that is happening in the EU for the research assessment, how to insist on bringing gender in, and then how to tie this to how we think about research careers and how to change this both for men and women and non-binary researchers in the early career stages, because this is the thing. This is the crucial thing. We're losing a lot not treating our early career researchers properly.
Zulema Altamirano, la última pregunta.
Thank you so much. It's more than a question, it's a reflection I could not avoid, but I'm the director of the Women and Science Unit at the Ministry of Science and Innovation and also partner in SUPERA Project. So first to thank Marcela for this wonderful speech, and thanks to all the partners from SUPERA Project. I was really happy to, just one of the reflections that you were sharing is the importance of connecting academia and policy making. You know, I'm part of the policy making part, and I would like to share with you where we are now, because I think if we are at this moment of hope, especially in Spain, as a way of good practice. We have this new reform of the law of science and innovation with gender perspective. And as part of this reflection of integrating monitoring, as this is included, is the gender equality plans of compulsory as part of the public state system, and also annual monitoring. Now our challenge is to ensure that this monitoring is properly done, but it is the work of policy making and internal organizations, but this is already there. And it's also the protocol against sexual harassment. As you know, it's one of the key topics that we are like part of gender-based violence. It's also there. It's already there. On top of that, this is the law. This is one of the parts that Marcela was saying, this law enforcement. The second part is how to make this law go into practice, not to be only on the paper. And part of that, we have already in Spain approved the state strategy on gender equality. It was approved on the 8th of March. It's not on research, but there, as part of 679 measures for all the ministries and organizations, our ministry, our research organizations, we have 66 measures. They are bringing the law into reality, and they are doing it in a participatory way. That was something also Marcela was sharing. How important is to ask those that they are on the first line what you can do, and to listen to them. So they were proposing themselves those measures. They were joining to measures we were providing. And my last reflections is the importance of supporting and changing minds. It's my way of saying it's training, capacity building. Is because Marcela was saying it. It's like for us it's very clear that what gender equality is and where we are. But at the same time, it's very important just to listen to others and to understand how they are struggling. And here also we were talking with Maria at the same time. It's how important is the structure to build networks on gender equality and to listen to them and to join forces, because we do not need to invent, because things are there. It's just to provide them, and to support those that they're at policy making. We are struggling. So just this reflection, I think that in Spain we are at a good point in this looking ahead, despite all the struggling we have. Yes, I wanted to share this, and thank you so much for this final conference.
Thank you so much, Zulema, for your words and for explaining the situation in Spain. Okay, I think we are okay. Just tell you about the very important issue of coffee and and the coffee break. We will have it downstairs where you registered. So we have there the coffee. We will also have the lunch there. So that's the map you need to know and to have in your heads. Thank you very much, Marcela. It has been really great. Thank you for all the questions, and we keep on this today. So thank you.
Recording stopped.
roundtable.
Recording in
now
progress.
In which we're going to listen about a lot of inspiring institutional practices of change, and so we have here several speakers who have participated in the SUPERA and who will share with us some of these inspiring stories of institutionalization in universities and research centers. And the first story that we're going to hear is about gender mainstreaming monitoring structure accountability mechanism of the gender equality plans by Mónica López in the Centro de Estudios Sociales de la Universidad de Coimbra. Mónica López has a background in sociology, is researcher at the Center for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra. She has participated in several research projects assessing implementation and impact of public gender policies, and she leads the Portuguese team of the SUPERA project and is also co-PI of the National Project in Gender. So, Mónica, we're ready to listen to you.
Manuela, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to open this panel with the presentation of the results of the efforts led by the SUPERA team at the University of Coimbra in setting up the university's gender mainstreaming monitoring structure. Oh?
Maybe pointing there. Está conectado. If we hadn't
really sorry.
10 minutes.
The mouse? Yeah.
Okay, the mouse?
The mouse?
Oh, the gender mainstreaming monitoring structure, hereafter referred as to GEPs, is a system devoted to regular analysis and assessment of the progress of gender mainstreaming strategies in the University of Coimbra. It was designed by the SUPERA team to be ascribed in the university's strategic governance, considering two main objectives: secure accountability by setting up an effective monitoring structure of the gender equality plan, and ensuring the sustainable monitoring of gender equality across the organization beyond the GEP. It therefore covers two dimensions: regular monitoring of GEP implementation to assess the effectiveness and impact of gender equality work, and regular assessment and reporting on the status of gender equality in the institution. The GEPs represents an effective response to the absence of gender monitoring and reporting mechanisms diagnosed in the SUPERA baseline assessment, which found that despite the availability of a significant range of sex-disaggregated data were not analyzed and processed in a gender-sensitive manner into reports and other communication tools. And this constituted a significant opportunity for improvement that the SUPERA team was keen to capitalize on. Yes, we will now explain the functioning of the gender mainstreaming monitoring structure. On the GEP's first dimension, the monitoring of GEP implementation, the SUPERA team, in close articulation with the university's planning unit, devoted their efforts to creating a monitoring structure of the GEP that could be aligned with the already established monitoring structure of the university's strategic plan. This approach guarantees that the university is able to monitor GEP implementation using resources and know-how that were already rooted in the organization, enriched with the gender dimension. This was achieved by inscribing a strong monitoring structure into the GEP itself. The plan includes 56 actions whose implementation responsibility is clearly assigned and decentralized across all organizational units and divisions in the institution, as well as 54 key performance indicators and 21 clearly established targets, including impact measurements. It also ascribes clear monitoring responsibilities, as all units and divisions are required to twice a year report on their implementation efforts to the central service in charge of general reporting. This creates the conditions for monitoring GEP implementation and impact, whose results are disseminated across the organization in a biannual basis, featuring information on output, outcome, and impact indicators that account for the effectiveness of the implemented measures. Here we have an example of GEP monitoring. Both graphs concern the state of implementation of GEP following the first monitoring exercise of the plan, referring to the first semester of 2021. The first graph concerns the status of implementation of each of the actions included in the GEP, and the second one presents the implementation rates by strategic objective. Those graphs were constructed by the central services in charge of coordination and general reporting, the Planning, Management and Development Division of the University of Coimbra, with the data on GEP implementation they received from faculties and administrative divisions which had monitoring responsibilities. In terms of regular assessment and reporting on gender equality, the GEPs includes a model of indicators drafted by the SUPERA team to support regular monitoring and reporting of the university's situation on gender equality. And this is achieved through the introduction of gender disaggregated statistics and other gender indicators in institutional reporting, which is already visible in some public reporting processes, management reports, for example. One additional effort in setting the GEPs has been the institutionalization of gender-sensitive language throughout the process, resulting in the use of inclusive communication in materials. The GEPs is also instrumental in monitoring the university's efforts in pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 5. Here we have visual examples taken from two key public documents where gender disaggregated data were used for the first time at the university to report on indicators other than overall sex distribution of students and staff. The first image refers to members of the academic community who participate in sporting activities at university by gender, and the second is the staff distribution by gender and educational qualifications. These are also examples of the use of inclusive communication, both verbal and visual. In terms of success factors, we emphasize that the fact that the university was already equipped with a robust information management system that includes a wide range of indicators disaggregated by sex opened the pathway for the integration of gender mechanisms for gender analysis that were previously absent within a already existent solid planning and reporting institutional system. The SUPERA team also relied on fruitful collaboration with the head of the administration unit in charge of the university's strategic plan management to ensure a strong GEP monitoring system that was both incorporated into routinized management procedures and effective in ascribing accountability in implementation. The fact that the GEP runs at the same time as the strategic plan facilitates the integration of the GEPs into the governance structure, as the monitoring efforts are conducted simultaneously using the same procedures and resources. In terms of challenges and obstacles, we highlight only two of many aspects. Major challenge concerns data protection regulation, which hinder the collection of data that would allow for more sound intersectional GEMs. This challenge is both external, based on national and international laws on data protection, but also internal, based on the institutional interpretation of the laws, which can be less or more restrictive. Another important challenge that we can classify as a sustainability challenge is the lack of gender-specific structures and expertise beyond SUPERA, which may hinder more comprehensive and in-depth analysis and evaluation after the end of the project. The SUPERA team's efforts on training and capacity building and on providing guidance and instruments to support gender-sensitive data collection and monitoring might not be enough to address this challenge. Despite these challenges, the structural impact of the GEMs is already visible, and a number of institutional processes are in place that offers guarantees of sustainability after SUPERA. Firstly, the GEMs assures that progress is in pursuing gender equality can be assessed for the first time at the university by providing a clear gender framework. Secondly, the GEMs has an overarching impact, as it was designed to involve all faculties and administrative units, as they all have responsibilities in the implementation and reporting of the GEP. And thirdly, the strategy adopted for the integration of the GEMs in the university's general information management system contributes to its sustainability and ownership by ensuring the normalization as an integral part of institutional data collection, monitoring, and reporting processes. It also pushes for institutionalization of gender's inclusive language across the organization. I will end with some reflections on lessons learned and suggestions. This practice highlights the importance of conducting a strong initial assessment of the state of play in the organization, not only for identifying gender gaps that need to be addressed in data collection, monitoring, and evaluation, but also to assess the organizational structure of opportunities and shed light on features that can be capitalized on to build a strong GEMs. This diagnosis is also an important opportunity to setting up relationships with key actors and allies early in the gender equality plan process, which in our case proved important in the design of the gender mainstreaming monitoring structure. Concerning GEP design, it is essential to define specific and measurable objectives and targets, along with clearly ascribed responsibilities with regard to their monitoring, not only to effectively support ownership of the strategy by the whole university community, but also to ensure accountability for implementation. And finally, anchoring monitoring instruments into existing structures and practice ensures institutionalization and strengthens the sustainability of gender equality efforts. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for this first inspiring practice on the importance of monitoring the progress, and you even finished 3 minutes before. Amazing. So for monitoring the progress in gender equality and to make visible what this progress is and share it with the whole university community, but to anchor these into what was already there in these pre-existing practices, which is so important to then ensure the sustainability of the, and to use the opportunities that are already there. So we move now to the next inspiring practice of institutionalization from Central European University, Ana Belén Amil, on increasing the representation of women as faculty. And Ana Belén Amili is the Gender Equality Officer at Central European University for the SUPERA Project and other funded projects. She has been working on designing scripts and delivering trainings for higher education and research institutions. And she holds an Erasmus Mundus master degree in women and gender studies and a postgraduate degree in clinical psychology and cognitive therapy. Marta. Ana Belén, sorry.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Yes, I want to introduce and share with you the Central European University policy on increasing the representation of women as faculty. First, what it is and what it's for. It's an affirmative action policy to increase the proportion of women in the faculty body, as you might have guessed already, for the very creative title of the policy. And it has been created to tackle the gender imbalance in professorial ranks. So in May 2021, 1 month before passing the policy, our numbers looked like this. At assistant professor level, 41% women. At associate professor level, 27% women. Full professor, 26%. So this phenomenon, of course, is not unique to CEU, but it is particularly challenging for us for 3 reasons. First, we are mostly a social sciences and humanities-oriented university, disciplines where female graduates are in slight majority, so these numbers look even less promising. Second, that the below parity at the assistant professor level implies that there's not a big enough pool of women who could get eventually promoted to the upper ranks. And third, it is a long-standing problem at CEU that the community was aware of and recognized as such, but systematic measures were never taken, but rather well-intended ad hoc efforts that were actually not solving the problem. Okay. So, how did we do this? It was a 1-year process. While I tell you the story, I will try to highlight mistakes, challenges, lessons learned, and strategies that led to the approval of the policy in its final form. So, first of all, we had already anticipated in our gender equality plan, approved in 2019, that affirmative action measures were going to be designed to tackle this problem. So this was not a surprise for the community, or at least it was not supposed to be a surprise if they had read the gender equality plan. We took inspiration, yes, we did. We took inspiration in the Eindhoven University of Technology Curie Fellowship Program, by which vacancies for assistant, associate, and full professorships are opened exclusively for female candidates for a period of 6 months. And if a female candidate is not successfully recruited after 6 months, then this vacancy is open to all genders. And only when a department has reached a ratio of 50% women in a given rank, the department will be exempted from this policy. So as you can see, this policy in the Eindhoven University is a very strong affirmative action policy. So, I rewind now to June 2020. A small working group that included the Prorector of Social Sciences and Humanities in our university put together a first draft of the policy. This draft policy was softer than the Eindhoven policy, but still had a strong affirmative action component. And our expectation was to present this policy draft to the senior leadership team, which is the first step at CEU in the process of policy approval. And we were expecting to present this policy to them while the supportive Prorector of Social Sciences and Humanities was still in office. But due to institutional delays, we didn't make it on time. The supportive Prorector stepped down, and a new Prorector took office, who we found out later was not as supportive of such a strong affirmative action policy. Of course, we were disappointed, but what seemed to be turned out to be a wake-up call. It made us realize that we had got a little bit carried away, and we were relying too much on the support of only one person, and we hadn't been inclusive enough in the making of the policy, which would have translated at a later stage in either failure to pass the policy at the Senate or failure to implement it due to strong resistances. So, lesson learned, we continued. So, a couple of months later, November 2021, we created a much wider working group to rewrite the draft and to develop strategy. So a total of 12 faculty members. This might seem very little, but CEU is very little, so 12 faculty members is 5% of the total, or even a little bit more, 10% of the total. So, and this group included heads of departments, including lawyers, the previous prorector and the new prorector, all of them together. There were countless drafts and 11 p.m. emails and meetings until we reached consensus. The new draft looked not at all like the first one. The affirmative action component got much softer, and instead other gender-sensitive elements were incorporated in the recruitment process. So let me now navigate you through a close-up of the elements of the policy from left to right. First component, the announcement of vacancies, so faculty vacancies in the university, from now on contains this text. CEU is an equal opportunity employer and values geographical diversity and gender diversity, thus encouraging applications from women and or other underrepresented groups. Since CEU strives to increase the share of women in professorial positions, given equal qualifications, preference will be given to female applicants. And this other piece of text, CEU recognizes that personal and family circumstances shape the trajectory of one's career and working patterns. As such, and in line with CEU's promotion of equal opportunities, we encourage applicants to detail periods of leave, part-time work, or other situations in their applications so that the search committee is able to assess an applicant's academic record fairly in the context of their circumstances. Second component is that search committees must be gender balanced. Third component, we wanted to encourage search committees to take an active approach to recruitment. This is not just publishing the call and waiting for women to apply, but rather reach out to suitable female candidates through professional networks and invite them to apply. But yes, this hopefully would lead to a more gender-balanced distribution in the pool of applicants, therefore increasing the chances of having women shortlisted. So in the policy, we ask search committees to reach an applicant pool with a gender distribution that mirrors the gender distribution of the PhD graduates in the given discipline in Europe. Yes, I said it slowly because it's tough. We couldn't ask for 50-50 in pool of applicants because we know different disciplines have different gender ratios in graduates, the graduates. So we wanted to mirror the pool of PhD graduates in Europe. This percentage would be agreed upon with heads of departments in a consultative process. So we were not going to impose, but to discuss. Fourth element, we would give support to search committees by providing gender-sensitive recruitment guidelines. Fifth aspect, we ask search committees for gender-balanced shortlisting. Number 6, the search committee must monitor the gender distribution at all stages of the recruitment process, write a report, give it to the provost, and give it to me, the gender equality officer. So, our way to Senate approval. In the shape that I just described, the policy passed senior leadership team revision, so we were ready to go to academic forum with strong support from the rector and the provost, both males, as you also might imagine. In the academic forum and the Senate, which are the next two steps in policy approval at CEU, some members of faculty raised objections. Some of them were predictable, such as this policy goes against equal opportunities for men. But others were not that predictable. One objection was that it's impossible to guarantee a specific gender distribution in the applicant pool, because no matter how active the efforts are to reach out to female candidates and invite them to apply, search committees cannot prevent hundreds of men from applying to the position, and that will make this is totally out of their control. And the other objection was that some women faculty pointed out that aiming for gender-balanced search committees would punish female faculty for being women, since given that they are in minority, it would force them to take part in each and every search committee, whereas this is not the case for their male counterparts, which is true. So we took note of these objections and took the mandatory elements out of both articles. We now asked for a gender-balanced search committee, but all possible measures will be taken to avoid overloading female faculty with committee work, including invited female professors from other departments to the search committee, regrouping administrative and other workload falling on female search committee members, and or introducing pre-screening of applicants. Then we rephrased a mandatory requirement and made it softer. Now, search committees should aim for a pool of applicants with the same gender distribution than the PhD graduates in their discipline, so this is not a must anymore. And third, we made the gender balance shortlist requirement softer by adding as a rule. And if this gender balance is not achieved, then the search committee has to provide justification for that in their final report. So after policy approval, consultation with heads of department regarding the aimed gender distribution of the pool of applicants took place. I took statistics both from the CEU PhD graduates and from Eurostat, that looks like this. All heads of department replied promptly and very collaborative manner, and we reached agreement very soon. And the table with these percentages per discipline was incorporated in the annex of the policy for everybody to see. So, challenges. At CEU, we have a lack of online application portal. It makes it very difficult to monitor gender of applicants. This means that we are people who want to apply for a position at CEU send an email with a CV and a recommendation letter attached. It's very 90s, very 1990s style. Hopefully, we will buy an online application portal soon, so this is soon to be solved. Now we're undergoing a current slowdown of faculty hires, combined with, of course, a much softer affirmative action policy that we had dreamt of. This will make progress much slower. And, yes, I'm almost done. And something that disappeared from there, but I want to share with you. Implementation is another challenge. So how to make this policy part of the normal routine of the recruitment process, instead of me as the gender equality officer having to guess when a vacancy opens and chase the search committee members to ask for the famous report. So, strengths. Strong top leadership support at the moment of the policy approval, and now as well, after a radical change in CEU governance, we still have great support for the policy. SUPERA definitely acted as a catalyst because, one, partner universities served us as benchmarks, and two, because it introduced a strong accountability element. We are being watched and monitored. We made a commitment through our gender equality plan to increase the proportion of women professors, and now it's time to show results to the consortium and to the European Commission. Regarding SUPERA principles, I believe this has been a cumulative effort because it builds on previous failed institutional efforts and on efforts of other universities from which we took inspiration. We believe that is inclusive. More than a dozen people worked on the draft policy, and the final version of the policy incorporated the objections from the wider community. Innovative, maybe not so much. And I would say this is as sustainable as it gets, institutional policy with a Senate stamp on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reminding us of the importance of the classical, the good old quotas, which is always important to address structural inequalities that are there. And it's important to have also these strong affirmative actions. And I think you had some novelties as well, because the PhD reflecting, no, to mirror, it's something a bit new, no? So thank you very much, and we move now to the next inspiring institutional practice from Madrid Complutense University by Marta Aparicio, the Gender Equality Nodes Networks. Marta Aparicio is Associate Professor in the Department of Social Psychology, and she's member of the Research Group on Psychology, Gender and Health. These are also her main research lines, and she coordinates the Master of Gender Studies at UCM, and she teaches in the Master on LGBTQI plus Studies. And she is a member of the Red de Nodos de Igualdad, this equality gender node network, and has been in the core team of SUPERA from the beginning. Marta?
Thank you, Manuela. Voy a hablar en español, así que conéctense si lo necesitan. Bueno, en primer lugar quería dar las gracias a María por incorporarnos a este proyecto, y sobre todo a Paula y a Lorena, que nos han ayudado muchísimo, a toda la red de nodos en estos 4 años. Y por supuesto no hablo en mi nombre, sino en toda la red. Tengo ahí una amplia representación de nodos que ahora presentaré. ¿Por qué queremos presentar esta práctica como práctica inspiradora? Voy a dar los datos académicos y luego hablaré desde la emoción, ya que soy psicóloga, pues voy a utilizarlo un poco. Voy a ponerles en contexto. El contexto en la Universidad Complutense es que somos 69.893 estudiantes, un 38% de hombres y un 62% de mujeres. En el ámbito académico de investigador, pues somos 6.372 personas, un 51,8% de hombres y un 48,2% de mujeres, no estamos mal. Y luego en personal administrativo y de servicios, pues hay 3.328 personas, aquí hay 42% de hombres y un 57% de mujeres. Académicamente hay 26 facultades de 5 campos de conocimiento. No tenemos grados de ingeniería, pero tenemos STEM, ciencias sociales, humanidades, etcétera. ¿Tenemos segregación horizontal? Tenemos segregación horizontal. En términos de estudiantes, pues no están repartidos en todas las academias de la misma manera. Pues hay menos mujeres en el ámbito de la ingeniería, de la informática, en trabajadoras sociales hay más mujeres y en educación hay más mujeres, ¿no? Y luego en términos de staff pues pasa lo mismo, se da la pirámide invertida que ya todas ustedes conocen, hay menos de un 30% de mujeres en el ámbito de la informática, por ejemplo, y menos de un 40% en físicas, matemáticas y en filosofía. La segregación vertical pues, se da en un gráfico de tijeras. Las profesoras a tiempo completo pues, somos 36%, mientras que los hombres a tiempo completo son un 64%. Y eso se invierte en profesoras ayudantes o asociadas, que son un 57% de mujeres y un 43% de hombres. Así que aquí claramente ven nuestra segregación. Y en las posiciones de poder, bueno, pues... digamos que hemos limpiado un poco la cara y en los equipos rectorales hay un balance de género equilibrado, pero nunca ha habido ninguna rectora ni creo candidata, si no me equivoco, no quiero meter la pata. ¿Qué es la red de nodos? Pues la red de nodos son una idea que se tuvo desde el proyecto de Supera, es hacer un foco en cada facultad donde hubiera una persona de referencia que pudiera transmitir pues, lo que se iba haciendo a través del plan de igualdad y del proyecto Supera en cada facultad. Se contactó con personas de todas las facultades y somos todas miembros del staff académico. Perdóname, pero es que lo voy traduciendo del inglés. Bueno, voy a intentar hacerlo lo mejor posible. Todas se consultó con los decanos, pero no estamos nombradas por las decanas o decanos de nuestras facultades, sino que nos apoyan en distintos niveles, luego hablaré de eso, y por la unidad de igualdad, basado pues, en experiencias previas. Todas somos voluntarias, eso quiere decir que no tenemos ningún descargo de nuestras tareas académicas por realizar esta tarea. Y solo participó un hombre, no porque nos invitara a otros, sino porque solo participó un hombre. El rol, pues nuestro rol ha sido variado en estos años. Hemos participado en los procesos de diagnóstico de las desigualdades en la UCM, hemos formado parte de la formulación, la implementación y la evaluación de las actividades que hemos ido realizando. Hemos formado parte como un grupo facilitador para movilizar en nuestras facultades actividades y dinámicas de participación, es decir, hemos trabajado, que luego insistiré en ello, de abajo arriba, es decir, que nos dieran ideas para poderlo implementarlo hacia arriba. Esto ha sido clave. Hemos intentado identificar agentes de cambio social en nuestras facultades para tener alianzas para todo este proceso, porque hemos visto que es fundamental. Y bueno, pues hemos intentado trabajar como un grupo que fomentara esa inclusividad de todas las personas que querían participar. Hemos hecho foros de identificación de resistencias y hemos encontrado muchas y variadas y que también están recogidas en el proyecto. También hemos encontrado necesidades y prácticas inspiradoras de mucha gente en la universidad, de todos los que somos, que ya estaban haciendo muchas cosas. De hecho, hemos conocido a mucha gente que estaba haciendo cosas muy interesantes en torno al género. Y hemos participado en la formación y promulgación de actividades en torno a las políticas de igualdad y hemos intentado actuar como referentes para ser agentes de cambio en nuestras propias facultades. Somos 24, pero no voy a nombrarlas a todas, pero bueno, sí que queríamos poner por lo menos el nombre. Algunas de ellas están aquí, por ejemplo, Belén Rodríguez de Física, Carmen Crespo también, está Onincha, están John y Ana Inma, que también se ha ido, y María José, bueno, no sé si me dejo a alguien, pero bueno, y Marta del Moral, perdona. Aquí están todas. Como veis, somos un equipo grande y, como digo, de casi todas las facultades, de 24 de 26 que somos. ¿Por qué pensamos que esta es una buena práctica y cómo hemos intentado trabajar? Pues porque hemos intentado que hubiera un amplio reconocimiento a través de la institución y que la red fuera conocida. Hemos hecho un gran esfuerzo porque nos conocieran en los diferentes niveles. Hemos organizado, nos reímos porque, bueno, hemos organizado actividades de la red que han sido presentadas y han tenido mucha demanda. En realidad se han apuntado muchas personas a nuestras actividades. Hemos hecho talleres dentro de nuestras propias facultades, hemos hecho talleres interfacultades de más o menos de las áreas, nos hemos dividido como en 4 o 5 áreas de conocimiento y además hemos hecho actividades que hicimos hace 2 meses de todo el grupo, ¿no? O sea que hemos funcionado como un hijo de la red Supera, pero independiente también, en algunos momentos en el sentido de promover la participación. Porque la pregunta era un posible indicador de la sostenibilidad del grupo, ha sido que muchos de los miembros han mantenido distintos niveles de participación y en muchos casos cuando no han participado las nodos suficientemente en las actividades no ha sido porque no estuvieran implicadas en la red de nodos, sino por otras cuestiones personales. Es decir, la experiencia es que todas nos hemos implicado mucho en esta actividad que, como digo, no estaba ni reconocida ni pagada y ha sido un trabajo sostenible a lo largo del tiempo de estos 4 o 5 años que vamos trabajando. Y hemos ido incrementando los niveles de empoderamiento que hemos tenido como red. Muchas de las nodos no tenían ningún conocimiento sobre género o muy poco conocimiento sobre género, más que una buena disposición. Y en estos 4 años ha sido espectacular el avance que hemos conseguido. Como decía antes, me he adelantado un poco, hemos realizado distintas actividades. Como digo, nos hemos capacitado nosotras, pero también hemos hecho formación para otros grupos de acción dentro, como decía, de nuestras propias facultades. Y hemos recibido, claro, apoyo técnico y hemos recibido esa formación. Hemos presentado los resultados de las necesidades que encontrábamos para que se trabajara sobre ellas en la universidad, en distintos foros. Participamos también, hicimos la investigación durante el COVID sobre cuál era la situación de las personas de la UCM, del profesorado, sobre todo de la UCM, en los tiempos de pandemia, y eso cuando se presentó también tuvo mucho éxito y todas nos implicamos ahí en nuestras facultades. Hemos realizado actividades de diagnóstico, hemos intentado diagnosticar cuál es la distribución de la docencia, de la carga docente en cada una de nuestras facultades y cómo mejorar ese sistema de adjudicación de horarios que no siempre nos permite conciliar. Hemos diagnosticado hemos hecho una diagnosis de las resistencias de las políticas de igualdad, que como digo son muchas y también tenemos un informe, y hemos trabajado sobre el diagnóstico del sexismo ambiental y el acoso en nuestras facultades para buscar estrategias para disminuir esto. Y bueno, pues hemos también hecho formación para intentar explicar todas estas buenas prácticas que hemos ido encontrando y para, sobre todo, con un aprendizaje participativo, como digo, desde abajo, para que esto vaya mejorándose, ¿no? Las técnicas usadas para crear esto han sido, como digo, muy participativa. Lo que hacían las formadoras, o Paula y Lorena, que nos convocaban, era darnos una pregunta y nosotras a partir de ahí trabajábamos. Hemos utilizado todas estas técnicas y hemos diseminado también cuestionarios para que nos ayudaran a ver cuál era la situación. ¿Cuál ha sido el impacto? ¿Cuál han sido las cuestiones que nos han facilitado y que han sido un éxito o han mejorado nuestra práctica? Pues que ha habido un core team y un equipo de Supera maravilloso que ha estado coordinando constantemente nuestro trabajo y que ha facilitado mucho los roles. Hemos trabajado en la base de la motivación y del continuo aprendizaje, porque no hemos tenido otra motivación, nada más que querer estar aquí, de forma voluntaria, con una aproximación participativa basada, como digo, en la escucha activa y en intercambio entre disciplinas. Ha sido muy enriquecedor hablar con las compañeras de química, de biología, yo que vengo de psicología y ellas conmigo, supongo. Un intercambio muy, muy interesante, ¿no? También el buscar personas claves que nos pudieran ayudar en las distintas propuestas que hacíamos. La apertura a diferentes niveles de experiencia, como decía, porque cada nodo tenía sus propias habilidades y con eso nos hemos ido formando unas a otras. Las buenas relaciones y la comunicación que hemos tenido con los equipos de canales, más en unas facultades que en otras, o sea, tampoco les voy a vender aquí, diríamos en España, la moto, es decir, no le vamos a decir que todo ha sido perfecto, pero sí que hemos encontrado bastante buena predisposición, sobre todo al principio del proyecto, donde bueno, se nos abrió las puertas, se nos invitó a participar en distintas actividades y ahí nos hicimos un nombre, de manera que la gente después ha seguido contando con nosotras pasado el tiempo, ¿no? Se ha descentralizado en ese sentido el trabajo en igualdad de género y los procesos de cambio estructural, que era un poco el objetivo, es decir, que no solamente sea el plan de igualdad el que mande o el proyecto Supera, sino que sea desde las propias facultades las que se hayan empezado a movilizar para hacer un cambio estructural en sus facultades. Reconocer la práctica feminista y el apoyo mutuo como una forma de visibilidad a todos los tipos de conocimiento, y esto creo que es muy importante. Ya he hablado de la aproximación de abajo arriba y bueno, pues creemos que la red de nodos, no es porque seamos miembros, pero que ha sido una técnica de cambio que incluía a todas las facultades. En los 2 minutos que me queda voy a hablar de los problemas, podría estar más tiempo. Bueno, pues ha habido falta de recursos o de una falta de apoyo permanente. Voy a ser sincera, hubo un cambio rectoral y ahí pues hubo un cambio también de políticas y en ese sentido se contó menos con la red de nodos. Creo que no vieron la oportunidad que significaba esta red de nodos para trabajar en las facultades y bueno, pues en algunos momentos nos ha costado mucho llegar y aún así hemos seguido trabajando creo que se equivocan y que deberían usar esta red de nodos para trabajar, porque estamos formadas ya, estamos trabajando, tenemos red de apoyo y creo que ahí podríamos hacer mucho más. Hay que incluir más a los estudiantes. Es verdad que están 4 años y es difícil mantenerles integrados en los proyectos, pero nuestra experiencia es que cuando les hemos convocado a los cursos están muy interesados y están deseosos de tener contacto con las nodos. Seguir haciendo desde luego actividades donde se visibilice la igualdad de género, las políticas y para trabajar todas juntas, porque creo que eso es muy importante. Y creo que más o menos lo he contado rápido, pero he contado todo. Después habrá que hacer más cosas, porque todavía nos quedan cosas por hacer, pero bueno, creo que para no pasarme mucho más de tiempo, voy a pasar a la última, que es, si hemos cumplido los principios del SUPERA, pues efectivamente hemos creado un conocimiento y experiencias de todas las nodos, hemos trabajado en diferentes categorías, diferentes grupos, estudiantes, personal de administración y servicios, de distintas facultades, hemos trabajado desde los distintos campos de la universidad, hemos utilizado técnicas participativas y de creación de conocimiento y en ese sentido pues ha sido un trabajo muy enriquecedor y, como decía, para todas ha sido muy satisfactorio y para mí, que hablo en nombre de todas, ha sido un revulsivo y para mí ha sido una de las mejores experiencias que he tenido dentro de la universidad, porque por primera vez me he sentido incluida y muchas veces escuchada. Así que, bueno, pues yo les invito a todos a que lo exporten a sus centros de trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Marta, for sharing with us this innovative experience that is bottom-up, is participatory. It also enables to decentralize this implementation and not just keep it from the top. And also, as you were saying, it allows this feminist empowerment and these alliances that need to be nurtured. Also for the sustainability of the gender change and the sustainability of life and a nice academic feminist experience every day in the university. So thank you so much. And we move now to the presentation by Esther Cois from Università di Cagliari. She's PhD in Sociology of Gender and the Family and Permanent Assistant Professor of Sociology of Environment and Territory at the Università di Cagliari. And she's now Director's Delegate for Gender Equality since 2021. And her research focuses on gender inequality in the use of public space, social inclusion in urban and rural areas. And she's currently involved in the SUPERA project and is also expert advisor in several other projects, among which UNICEF, which is also led by UCM, by Maria Botella, and in the Casper project. So, Esther, when you want.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here on behalf of the University of Cagliari, and the practice I'm going to tell you about is the institutionalization of the gender equality delegate position at UNICA. So, this is a new role for our university. Indeed, for the first time in April 2021, last year, the University of Cagliari introduced in its organizational chart the position of delegate for gender equality as a part of its strategy towards a more inclusive university. But who is the delegate? Surprise! She is the contact person for what concerns the promotion of gender equality and diversity and the fight against any kind of gender-based discrimination for all the communities that interact every day in the university context, the academic and research staff, the technical and administrative staff, and the students. At the moment, in the rector's governing team, this role is held by me, as you can see from this image. As I said, this is a new practice, and this role includes two main responsibilities. The first one is the connection and coordination of the 32 strategic actions identified by our new gender equality plan in order to promote an increased balance between men and women in their career path in teaching and research contents. But the practice also contains functions that collect the previous commitment of our university on this topic, because the second main responsibility of the delegate is to operationally monitor and secure the implementation of the inclusive policies undertaken by UNICA, also by using other tools already existing, such as gender budgeting and the plan for positive action. But why is this practice an example of institutionalization in at least two directions? First of all, because it is an example of formalizing a new role and procedure in terms of its regulation through the formal introduction in the main university documents, like the Gender Equality Plan, of a top position and office as a stable component of the governance team, expressly dedicated to improving internal decision-making processes from a gender-sensitive perspective. Moreover, this role gives visibility to the previous commitment of UNICA in this field, because it corresponds in a clear way to the principle of gender mainstreaming as a cross-sectional dimension to all areas of the new strategic plan of UNICA, which is being defined these days: teaching, research, third mission, and human resources. In fact, the institutionalization of the Delegate for Gender Equality is one of the strategic actions of the Gender Equality Plan. As you can see, this is the cover of our Gender Equality Plan. The second meaning of the process of institutionalizing the practice is operational. First of all, in a stabilization perspective, this role integrates and gives continuity to the functions of the collective work carried out so far by the core team of SUPERA Project in Cagliari, together with our hub, that during the 4 years of SUPERA Project led to the drafting and formal approval of the Gender Equality Plan. Moreover, the practice has a goal of synchronizing a process, because it is the main link of an operational chain that connects the development of research and studies on gender and diversity issues carried on by the University Center for Gender Studies, which is in the process of being established in the coming month, with the promotion of organizational well-being in the university. That is the main function of the Guarantee Committee for Social Inclusion, or CUG, whose president is again the Delegate for Gender Equality. The same person coordinates both offices. So, what are the strengths of this practice? The main one is for sure its transversality, because the involvement of the delegate in research, teaching, and third mission areas testifies the strategic commitment of UNICA in favor of gender equality in an interconnected way between its three main functions: research, precisely the production of scientific knowledge; education, so teaching cultural content and developing critical thinking; and third mission, for the participation of the university in the public debate on citizenship, social justice, human rights, and so on. And what are the lessons learned? I'm sorry, I don't know what. Thanks to the institutionalization of this practice. First one, the importance of planning, so the need for medium and long-term work plans on measurable objectives linked to the promotion of gender equality. Second, the importance of involvement, the need to promote an increasing awareness of the relevance of gender issues through bottom-up participatory strategies involving teaching, administrative staffs, and students, but also through a transparent sharing of all top-down governance decisions on the topic of gender equality. And third, the importance of resilience, or the ability to recognize and understand the resistances against gender equality policies in order to find more effective methods to counter them, for example, service, fab labs, co-working techniques, and so on. And what are, oh, sorry. I don't know what's happened. Okay. Why? Okay, thank you very much. And what are the challenges this practice faces? First, promote work and research projects, seizing the opportunities of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which dedicates interesting resources to the issue of contrasting gender gap also in academia, and catching the opportunities of the new European research funding programs to strengthen UNICA's participation in international networks, such as the SUPERA consortium, oriented towards the production of common policy tools. Second, taking into account the impact of the post-pandemic and now geopolitical socio-economic crisis, which has further worsened the gender gap also in the university and research fields, skipping from the glass ceiling index to the glass door index. And third, using the expertise learned thanks to SUPERA project to become a national and international benchmark in terms of promoting gender equality in academia. UNICA GEP has been chosen by the National Commission on Gender Issues of the CRUI, the Italian Conference of University Rectors, as an inspiring practice for all Italian universities in the guideline. This is the cover of the guideline for the drafting of GEPs. And in fact, the SUPERA consortium has been a great facilitator factor for the institutionalization of this practice at the University of Cagliari. From 2018, it has been a long and adventurous journey. This is our first picture in Madrid 4 years ago, do you remember? For the kickoff meeting. And meanwhile, the world has changed, our universities have changed, and we have changed. The SUPERA consortium assures a constant comparison between our specific cultural context and the sharing of positive models and of strategies to deal with risk. It has promoted the learning of techniques and strategies to be used for the implementation of the actions of the GEP. And last but not least, the SUPERA consortium along this, sorry, the previous one? No, it's the sharing. Okay. The SUPERA consortium, along these years, has shared global challenges, even a pandemic, and local changes like government and governance changes in some of our universities. And of course, the Horizon 2020 program, like SUPERA, has been a facilitator factor for many reasons. It's a positive action since gender equality plan is an eligibility criterion for research funding in the European framework since the last year. And for other reasons, like the its scaling perspective, because it promotes the opening of borders beyond the perimeter of single universities, from the national level to the increasingly heterogeneous and productive European partnership. And third, it has had a multiplier effect as a frame, because the reputational capital acquired in a network like the SUPERA partnership constitutes a node to enter other partnerships like this one, for example. And finally, how this practice corresponds to the four principles of SUPERA. One, cumulativeness, involves a diachronic vision, the strong impulse given by the previous rector, Maria del Zompo, for the creation of the first gender equality plan at UNICA, and taken up and strengthened by the current rector, Francesco Mola, for its implementation, have constituted a growing endorsement for the introduction of the Office of the Delegate for Gender Equality and its recognizability inside and outside the university. Moreover, this practice has a function of organizational integration, thanks to the coincidence of this new office with the already existing, for example, presidency of the CUG, and it's the center of a supply chain coordinated by this office between the structure for the production and analysis of gender studies, the center, and the structure for the production and processing of statistical data that can be used to feed this center. So the beginning of a process for setting up the University Center for Research on Gender Issues is a long-term goal that will be coordinated by the Office of Gender Equality, and which our rector is very keen as a strategic direction for the next 5 years of his office. Second principle, inclusiveness, the coordination and monitoring of all the strategic actions of the GEP make this office, the Office of the Delegate for Gender Equality, a reference along these four key areas. And this full coverage gives the delegate a connective orientation aimed at gathering needs and suggestions from all the communities that interact in UNICA, teachers, researchers, technical administrative staff, and students, in a participatory and inclusive and intersectional way to promote diversity in all its expression. Third principle, innovation, the GEP, together with the new plan for positive actions, both coordinated by the Delegate for Gender Equality, and the new strategic plan, where the gender equality is for the very first time a transversal area, design a challenging path of medium and long-term institutional change, and aimed at achieving an organizational culture more and more equal and inclusive. And the last principle, the fourth and last, sustainability. The sustainability of this office is assured by the integration of the GEP actions coordinated by the delegate in the UNICA strategic plan, currently under definition, but sustainability is also assured by the full involvement of the delegate for gender equality in the application currently ongoing by the University of Cagliari for the human resources strategies for researchers, certification at the European level. And last but not least, the creation of a specific section of a university official website focused on gender equality issues and activities in coordination between the Delegate for Gender Equality and the Prorector for Communication. And this is the interface between UNICA, its communities, and the rest of the world to account and trace a process that had just begun and that intends to affirm and strengthen itself more and more in the future. So thanks, Supera, for everything, and thanks you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Esther, for also reminding us of the importance of institutionalization for making gender equality policy changes. And congratulations for pioneering this position, which also reminds us of the importance of where the gender unit is located, and the fact that it was located in the rectorate is really important for doing this gender mainstreaming work that you have told us here. So we now move to the last inspiring practice now by the University of Deusto. Maria Pando and Maria Pilar Rodriguez will tell us more about it. Maria Pando Cantelli is Associate Professor in the Department of Modern Languages at the University of Deusto. She has been a postdoctoral Fulbright Fellow at Stanford University, and she has published on literature and gender in the early modern period and women and the media. Currently, she's participating in a research project funded by the Spanish Research Agency on the anti-feminist resistance in the media. We want to hear more about that. And she is also actively participating in the Horizon 2020 project gearing roles, and she also held several administrative positions as Vice Dean and so on. And Maria Pilar Rodriguez is Associate Professor in the Department of Communication at the University of Deusto, and she's Director of the PhD program in Leisure, Culture and Communication for Human Development. She holds a PhD from Harvard University, and she has been teaching in several US universities at Columbia, and has published extensively on communication, film, culture, gender studies. So you have the floor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes? Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Manuela. And first of all, we want to thank SUPERA Project for inviting us here. It's a pleasure for us. Okay, and it's a privilege to be sharing this roundtable with you all. I think that we are the invited project somehow, because you all belong to SUPERA somehow. And we also want to congratulate you on this final conference. As you know, we are also the part of the core group of the gearing roles. It's another Horizon 2020 project, and we know and we can imagine how challenging was just to come to this end. As Maria mentioned before, is a winding journey somehow, okay? So congratulations on this final stage. Well, we don't want to speak for a long time. We have a lot of things to say if you want later on, but we know we are the last ones in a round table. So we want to present and introduce you to this handbook for the integration of the gender perspective in teaching and research. This is part of the work package, 6 out of the Gearing Roles project. Can we move like this? Yes, okay. And was one of the deliverables of the Gearing Role. Is still in print. I mean, it's forthcoming maybe within a couple of weeks, all right? It's been published in Spanish and in Basque, not in English yet. And what we wanted to do with this was basically a very, very practical handbook. And practical for our faculty, for our academics, something that we could use at the university. We know that there are many guidelines, and they were a real inspiration for us. Particularly, there are quite a lot of guidelines on research, not so many on teaching. And we are really grateful to all this wonderful material that we had, on which we relied so much. What is interesting and particular about this guideline? Basically, that we tried to create this guideline bringing together 3 different aspects. That is research, teaching, and learning. And together with that, we added a glossary, because we were conceiving this guideline for people who were not experts in gender and who may want to have some kind of assistance on that. The purpose was basically to make it very, very useful. So we included a lot of examples and explanations and illustrations from real teaching and real research that we were conducting at the university. All right, so that is something that is maybe really relevant in our guide. Well, this is the description of who and when. How we began with this, as well, many of you, we realized the importance of keeping a balance with just from top to bottom and bottom up. So what we did is just a pilot project with some teachers, academics, on a voluntary basis. That is important. So we launched a call, the university, all of the different schools and faculties. And so there were people, both men and women, who wanted to join for us. Here you have these pie charts where you can see more or less the distribution. We have 6 different schools. Well, you know that we are a Jesuit university, so we have School of Theology that was also joining. And we have a group, we organized a group for teaching and a group for research. Pilar was in charge of the research group, and I was in charge of the teaching group. Okay? So we were organizing. Some of the people were sharing, were in both groups, and some of them weren't. But there was more or less a balance of there was a representation of all the faculties, and that was very good. Although you can see there also that social sciences usually bears just a heavier balance. Let me show you very, very briefly, what I think is the most interesting aspect. This is the process. Well, the first thing that we did with this pilot project was to ask for training. We needed some basic training for the people who were going to work on the guidelines. This training, okay, so we have there the training in research and the training in teaching. The training in research was conducted by Yellow Windows. Here we have Lut, we have Maxime there. Okay, so they were giving us some basic training on the basics of all this. The same for teaching. We had also some training from some colleagues from la Universidad Politécnica de Catalunya, who were already working hard on this, on real guidelines on teaching. So once we had this training, we organized these 2 working groups. We began in January last year, in January 21, and from January to May, we organized 5 different sessions. The sessions were running for 3 hours, more or less. We have organized very well each session in such a way that we have some assignments, okay, or homework from session to session. There were separate sessions for research and teaching, and then we came together at the end. What was interesting in our view is that we have the feeling that all of us were beginning from scratch. So there were people there who were volunteering, but they were not any kind of prior basis or knowledge on gender mainstreaming, other than the one that we had acquired through this previous training. And that was really interesting because we had the feeling, and it was very participative, and all of us had the feeling that we were doing something together, okay? And we were composing something there. Obviously, we have these sessions. Then what we decided, we had a plan, okay, a work plan, and designing some indicators that could be useful for us. It goes without saying that we have a lot of resources for that. So we were working also as part of Work Package 6 with Oxford Brookes, okay, University, who were already working very much on teaching and gender mainstreaming in teaching. So we were relying on some of the indicators that they were already devising. But something that we did is that we have a specific system in Deusto that is the teaching learning model for Deusto. That is how that all our teaching guides or learning guides have to be adapted to this model. So what we did in order to make it really practical and useful was to adapt this gender mainstreaming in teaching to these learning guides in such a way that when we finish the pilot project, all the participants could integrate this already in their teaching and in their own learning guides that had to be published, okay, and were public for the university. So that was more or less the model. And we were adapting the indicators that we were gathering from here and there into this very specific model for our university. Something else that we did that was really interesting is that for every single indicator, we have to produce some examples, some real examples in many different disciplines. So we have examples in law or engineering or in psychology, education, or in modern languages. All right, so that was really, really important. And those examples were also included in the guide in such a way that when you were checking the guide, you could see, okay, what can I do with this indicator? And then you have several options there, okay? So there's practical examples, and then we have final discussions in order to come, well, at first we came up with something like 35, 40 indicators. That was crazy. So we have to shortlisting them to 15 that we had at the end, okay? We have the final discussion with this draft of the guidelines, and then we have a contrastive group outside the pilot project, okay? The pilot was more or less 30 teachers, all of them, teachers and researchers, and the contrastive group was much larger, was about 50. Mm-hmm. We were giving them the draft, and then they were adding comments on this, okay? And they were providing feedback on this draft. And there we have the final version. The final version that was contrasted and is just there for us to check, to go to it, and to find real examples and illustrations. Out of the components of the group, I must say I don't have here data on the disaggregated data, but I can tell you that in the teaching pilot project there were like 40-60. 40% men, 60% women. In the research group, I think it was 20% men, 80% women. Now, my colleague Pilar will continue with the presentation, yes? With this. Oh.
Thank you. Why is your practice an example of institutionalization? As my friend and colleague has mentioned, it originates in the context of the Gearing Roles project and is part of the gender equality plan of the university. And it has involved 31 faculty members. And although at the beginning they were volunteers, I have to say that all of us received some recognition of hours devoted to the work in the project. When I was listening to Marta before, I think that we all recognize ourselves, all of us probably, everybody that is here, in doing a lot of voluntary work all through our lives devoted to gender equality. And in this project, we insisted on everyone getting some recognition in terms of the hours devoted to the project. So this was a first step that we thought was very important. And this is because this project, this handbook, has received support both from the Gearing Roles project, but also from the University Social Responsibility Unit. Mm-hmm. And they have been providing funds, not only support, which is important, we believe. As my friend said, it relies on hands-on experience in teaching and research, and it has been already included in the program of formative courses offered to university members in the present year and in future academic years. The strengths, I think that we were all very happy to see such a collaborative effort, and it ended up being a highly positive experience. And I have to say that on top, not only were people working on this project that had no previous knowledge of gender theory or gender equality, but some of the people working had very deep knowledge and had been working on gender issues for a long time. So it was a very good combination of people from different stages. Okay. All right. Challenges. Probably the most important challenge that we have now is what the sustainability will be of the whole project, not only of the handbook, once the Gearing Roles project is finished, or if we don't have any further support. I will finish very quickly just saying, ending up with the SUPERA principles: cumulative, inclusive, innovative, and sustainable. And a lot has been said about the support that this project, SUPERA, has offered to many different projects. But I want to focus on something that might be a little bit different, and is all the important, significant, and pioneering work that you have been doing on resistances. And we have people here, Emanuela Lombardo, Lud, Megert, and also Lucy Ferguson, for example, who have worked extensively on resistances. We have been using the SUPERA toolkit on resistances to structural change in gender equality in research and innovation institutions. Your work is very important. It was about the only few things that could be found at the beginning when we started working on resistances. And as you said before, we are now extending the notion of resistances to research work on audiovisual studies, for example. So it has been very, very helpful, and I want to thank you for this, because it has really been, it has given us the impulse to continue the work on resistances. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing this other inspiring practice of institutionalization, and to make it really practical, to guide how we can do it in the different academic fields, which is really important, with practical examples. So we look forward to seeing this handbook, and if you can share it then online so that other universities can use it. And now we have 15 minutes maximum for a debate. So we look forward to your questions, comments, reflections. We've heard of so many inspiring practices. I'm sure that there will be questions. If not, I will ask one.
I need your microphone. Okay. I give you back.
Gracias. There is already a question from the webinar side, which is for Deusto, and about the free access of the resources that you have been presenting. Are they available for in free access for other institutions to use them?
As Maria said, we are in the process of printing the guide, but it will be also available online. So, so far we have, it would be great to have it translated into English, but we have not found the funds to do it yet. So we hope that we might be able to do it in the future, but it will be online. At least in Spanish, it will be online and free, free access for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Andrea Crijan from the Central European University, and I also had a question to Deusto. I'm sorry, you can't hear me? Yes, you do? Yes. Okay. Because the others we kind of knew from before, so it was the Deusto. I'm following up a little bit on the chat. So what's the replicability of this for other institutions? Translation, of course, that's an obstacle, but do you think, because the process that you used, it's very interesting and I think it's very constructive for your institution, but do you think the output is usable for other institutions, or the replicability is about the process? So you want us to do the same in terms of process, or should we use the guide? Because this is really very important also for the CEU, and it's really the arena where it's most difficult to progress, I think, for us. And so it would be interesting for us to know whether, okay, we put in the money and translate, would we be able to use that, or this is yours and we should do the process?
Okay.
I will collect another couple of questions and then I will continue.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Marta del Moral. I'm one of the gender focal points at the Complutense University. I've got two questions, if I may. The first one, well, first of all, thank you all for the account of these very inspiring practices. My first question is for Ana Belén Amil. I've been also confronted with complaints by female colleagues about being overloaded with committee work if gender balance search committees were to be implemented in practice. So could you expand on the way you've overcome this issue at your university? And then the second comment is on, well, it's about María Pilar Rodríguez and María Jesús Pardo, a very interesting guide. And I wonder how to convince our colleagues to follow the guidelines contained in your book, maybe working on incorporating this guide as a good practice in the new versions of undergraduate plans would work, and how can we do this? Thank you.
Hola, soy Becky Tildesley y soy una doctoranda de la Universidad de Complutense. Y tengo una pregunta para Marta, que es, ¿cuál ha sido el proceso inicial de buscar una persona para ser un miembro de los nodos? Y por otro lado, ¿crees que va a ser como un cambio de la dinámica de los nodos ahora que se acaba el proyecto de SUPERA? ¿Y qué vais a hacer para seguir, bueno, para sostener, ¿no? las diferentes actividades y eso? Muchas gracias.
So we give a first round of responses. Who would like to start? Maybe with Deusto we start and then...
Okay, yes, sure. Well, thank you for the questions. And what I can say is, yes, the idea of the guideline that is very useful for us because it's being adapted to our reality. But what we have in the guidelines at the end is a checklist, it's a list of indicators that can be useful to everybody, okay, and can be useful for every other institution of higher education. both in teaching and research. Together with that, what is also interesting, and see, as you were asking, I was wondering if the English version that I hope will come up sometime has to be an unabridged guide as we have right now. It could be maybe an abridged one, just focusing on the most important aspects. But something that is really innovative, I think, in our view, is the illustration, the examples from different disciplines at different stages of learning, at different stages of research, and based on what we are doing or what could be done. And I think this could be useful for everybody, no matter whether you are adapting to our model or not. Okay, it's just part of our teaching activity and research activity. So yes, I think it can be perfectly useful for all institutions.
In terms of research, it definitely is useful for everyone because it is not based or adapted to any research model, particular model at University of Deusto. And we have a checklist divided into groups, one about the teams, the personal issues involved in the research teams, another more on content and the research plan and everything. So it is useful for everyone. And responding to your question, when we started offering it as a formative course for professors at the university at different levels, the response has not been huge in terms of people that were taking these courses, but in terms of the depth and quality of, and the interest that the people that were enrolled showed was amazing. So they are taking it very seriously, and now our challenge is to involve more people in that. But once they are involved into it, they really get into that and they are ready to work. And as Maria said before, people that never before wanted to know anything about gender equality, now they are taking interest, which to us is very important.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something about this very, very briefly, right? And that is that in the case of teaching, the teaching pilot group, there were people who were a little bit resistant. There were who were rather skeptical, who went there to see, okay, let's see what these feminists have to say to us, okay? Because everybody's talking about inclusive language, everybody is talking about the gender mainstreaming and all that. So what was really interesting is that those people who were really skeptical and somehow resistant to what they were going to listen to, in the end, they were fully engaged. And that was fantastic. And that was really, really good about the experience, all right? Because they were proposing more and more examples, and they were coming up with real class situations in which they progressively realized how this gender blindness, okay, was taking place in the classroom every single day. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Anna.
Thank you for the question. So, how we overcame this? Well, we basically dropped the 50-50 gender distribution of search committees requirement as a mandatory element, but we now have the article referring to that in the policy reads like this: search committees for faculty positions will strive for including 50% of women members. In search committees set up by departments with very low percentage of female faculty, all possible measures will be taken to avoid overloading female faculty with committee work, including inviting female professors from other departments to join the search committee, regrouping administrative and other workload falling on women search committee members, or introducing pre-screening of applicants. So basically somebody else takes care of doing a first pre-screening of 300 applications. Before approving the composition of the search committee, the pro-rector for faculty and research, which is the pro-rector in charge, will make sure that the search committee is as gender balanced as possible vis-a-vis the gender composition of the department doing the search.
Well done. It can be adopted in other places. Yeah, and
Yeah? Sorry. Just one word to add, because maybe it's the political part, which you very tactically didn't mention, and I think we should mention. We can mention that, right? We can mention one. Yeah. I don't know what you want to mention. Yeah, okay. It is on. It is on, yeah, okay. So basically we had to overcome democracy and overstep democratic procedures here, because the resistance from senior female faculty was so strong in the institution that it looked like the policy will fail altogether. And then we basically appealed to the very strong support of the rector and the provost to say, okay, we take it nevertheless to the next level. We amend and we take it to the next level, because it was blocked in the middle because of the democratic resistance of female faculty. So we amended, but then we also used the rector's support to step over the head of one of the democratic steps and to just pass the policy nevertheless. So and we have some colleagues who are really senior female colleagues who are really upset about us doing that. But it was a game. It was like a decision. Do you want to now rely on the enlightened autocrat, right? Basically, and say, okay, let him help us, so that we have this policy passed, and then we make sure that female faculty will be hired in those departments, and then, because these senior faculty were from departments that have the fewest female faculty. So philosophy, economics, so those were the upset. And then in the next course, if they always hire women, then there's going to be a division of burden, basically. So that's maybe for the politics of it.
A la primera pregunta creo que no soy la persona indicada, sino que quizá debería contestar María. Aunque ahora le digo si quiere hablar ella, pero bueno, a las nodos no se las eligió por conocimiento sobre género, porque, como digo, todas no tenían, pero sí personas que tenían una cierta sensibilidad al género y, hombre, había personas que sí teníamos una carrera previa o formación previa, ¿no? Pero bueno, luego si ella quiere añadir algo más. Y luego te diría que me agrada que hagas esta pregunta, que de hecho creo que me la iban a hacer alguna de las nodos también. ¿Cómo vamos a seguir? De momento nos hemos organizado, hay elecciones en un año a rectorado y por lo menos nos hemos presentado a claustro para seguir estando ahí y que se oiga de alguna manera el término igualdad en esta universidad. No sé si conseguiremos algún tipo de financiación o no, pero la idea es seguir trabajando juntas porque, como digo, se ha creado una red tan bonita que, aunque no tengamos financiación, como tampoco hemos cobrado de esta red en ese sentido, pues nos organizaremos de alguna manera, nos juntaremos y yo creo que es algo que, bueno, que espero que sea imparable. Es verdad que es difícil porque pues todas estamos muy ocupadas y nos cuesta a veces hacer las reuniones y nos va a faltar quien nos convoque, pero bueno, en la medida de lo posible intentaremos que siga funcionando. Ya digo, pues hemos intentado animar a todas las nodos a que se presenten a claustro para tener una representación y bueno, pues esperemos que María siga convocándonos y bueno, no sé cómo lo vamos a hacer, pero lo intentaremos. No
Thank you so much. And I don't know if you want to add something to this. Yeah, we have like 1 minute, so you can finish.
On the selection of the different equality nodes, it was. I always said that it was a kind of a very organic kind of process. So it was. Identifying the people who have demonstrated some interest on gender equality through the courses that we had previously in the delegation for equality, and also people that we know, but at the same time it was also asking to the deans and having so we were very conscious that it was very important that they had a good position at the different faculties. So it was different in each faculty because each faculty is a different one. So that was where and I really think that was a success factor in the selection, as we have seen, because they are a group of wonderful people. So thank you so much, and of course we will keep on supporting.
So thank you so much to all of you, and we thank them for sharing with us these inspiring practices. And we now have a break, and we come back at 2:30. Yes? Okay. Thank you.